Yeah.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Welsh Open action, and this time around it is going to be the quarter-final stage, which is going to feature two players from China, Jiang against Yize, the battle to try and play, well, very much Barry Hawkins in the semi-final after his brilliant campaign continues after he manages to knock out the Welsh player number one of Mark Williams, and then the player that has managed to knock out Jack Jones in the previous stage, Neil Robertson, has been eliminated by Barry as well. But who's going to join the Hulk? Very much at the last four stage. Right now we'll have to try and witness it for ourselves. For now it's a break-off shot there that is done by Jiang, so gives the turn back to Yize. And straight away you can see he does not look of a safety. He's looking at a potential red that he can try. All of them have been knocking in yesterday against David Grace. Now let's see if the battle is going to remain there. Very much on the side of Yize. Well, it won't with the first shot. A bit disappointing there. He's tried to absolutely hammer that red home. And you can see it bounced onto the left side, onto the right side, and then finished over the left corner pocket. Now let's see what Jean is going to be able to do with this red. Of course, managed to reach the quarter-final stage of the Scottish Open. So it's the second quarter-final appearance here for him at the Whole Nation Series this season. And there's still a great pursuit of a double 150,000 worth of additional prize money there up for grabs for either Joey Long, Mark Cullen or Jack Lisowski. Of course, two of those players are still going to be in the game, but in the meantime it is John that is going to strike first after that opening mistake from Yize. And you can see his campaign, quite an impressive one, you know, beating Mark Selby 4-3, Robbie Williams 4-1, and then defeating Yuan Sijun in the second round as well by 4 frames to 0. Now he's certainly going to try and bring out his A game to the step. And, well, straight away, that's probably not the way for you to be playing those shots. Trying to get the black into the right corner at the same time, heading that cue ball into the main bunch of reds. There were 14 of them for him to try and aim at. Didn't really work out. And now he's going to have to try and do something else with it. So playing a safety shot probably is going to be an option. Not sure if he can get through to any one of those reds into the left middle. Try and take either one of those two. So just thinking about the situation that the cue ball is going to find itself with. And it's always going to be heading around the black. So that's maybe the exact shot invitation there. Oh, he's tried to take it with a double. And you can see this is going to be a very quick match if he's going to be playing like that. Because either way, it is either going to be, you know, Jiang running away with it if he's going to be so confident in himself, or Yize is going to be able to punish him for those mistakes, because that was a risky double. And as much as he hasn't left a lot there, I still felt like there's going to be a chance for Yize to be taking a red into the, well, either yellow pocket or potentially a couple of those into the middle as well. For now, it's only going to be 8-point score there for Jiang, and now it's an attempt for Yize to try and go with a double. And look at that experience and a bit of class as well. Brilliant there from the champion of the International Championship this season, and he manages to get himself now set up on the break. Very much doing that for his own sake and getting himself a chance here. He's still going to have a couple of reds that Jiang has managed to get himself into the open play, but of course unable to pot the double. Very much a carbon copy of the way that the reds were lined up. Of course, different usage of power. Yize tried to just roll that red in after bouncing it away from the side cushion, and Jiang played very much for the power, trying to get that cue ball to stop. Didn't really work out, and now it is going to be down to Yize, that had a bit of a weird campaign in the World Grand Prix and at the Players' Championship as well. Didn't really get through the first couple of rounds in either one of those tournaments, but hopefully for him, it was still going to be able to find a bit of form coming into the Crucible. And right now, of course, his eyes are going to be on the World Open after this tournament is going to be finished. He's managed to beat Liam Pullen in the qualifying match, and he's put himself nicely to the last tournament event here in China. Of those ranking events, we've started one in the Shanghai Masters with the Invitational. Now look at that for a shot. Brilliant from Yize, getting himself on an easy red, you would have thought. So didn't have to do anything with those colours or reds, but you know, managed to get the paint closer to the right corner, and at the same time getting himself to be lined up on another red to be taken into the left corner here. So yeah, Barry Hawkins and Jack Lisowski are going to be the two players already confirmed to be in the semi-final stage. So after a bit of an old China show recently, it is now going to be so far 2 players from England being there. And yeah, it is for now going to be all the action focused on Yize here, as he tries to get himself lined up for the black. Aladisha. And you should have the ability to try and get these cue ball lines up very much into the reds. And if that's not going to be the case, well, he's got one more loose red to try and aim at, but he's going to be right to the top of the table. It's going to be very un-Weezer-like shot for him to play. And you can see that brilliant cue action once again, drilled that with power and managed to escape with the cue ball, not being stuck to those reds. Yes, he's not probably going to have an easy red now to be taken into either the middle pocket or into the green pocket even more so, but at least he gave himself an opportunity, and now it's all down to this shot, getting the red into the middle, trying to position himself on the colour, and from that point onwards, it should be an easy steal for him in this opening frame. After a bit of an opportunistic shot once again, as I say, from Jiang, it was a clear shot for him to try and get those reds to be an open play. It didn't work out. He has taken a double on, which has worked out even worse for him, because despite not leaving an easy red, invited for Yize, he's a more experienced player from China, was able to take another double of his own, and now he's getting himself on the break of 35 points and counting. Once again, if you talk about Jiang's campaign, then it was quite decent for him, but the previous round, probably the only whitewash that we've seen yesterday in the last 16 of those matches, was actually done by Yize, as he managed to absolutely destroy David Grace, the player that has knocked out, well, the current leader when it comes to the whole nations bonus. Mark Cullum still on 142,000. Jack Lizowski and Watchalong are the only 2 players that can potentially catch him. And Yize there just starting to take an extra second before going for this ping into the left corner. Needs to dig really deep onto the cue ball, but also ideally wants to just try and guide this one into those reds, which is exactly what he's done. And now he seems to have landed quite nicely on 2 options there, either left or right corner for him to try and make his mind up, especially once again with the blue not being available. The fact that he's managed to get that ping developed in the previous occasion, may have to just try and work around the pink and the black, and then of course if he wants to try and get the blue back on his spot, he can always do so. But right now, he's not going to be able to be playing for the mid-range part of the table. Now clearly holding the cue ball once again for the pink, although it's the second time now that he's done a bit of distance in between the cue ball and the pink itself. So let's have a look if he's going to be able to control the cue power here. And so he should. Once again, drills that one nicely across into the left corner. And the thing about Yize is that when he comes to those sort of matches like he had against John Murphy in the Masters, and then he's got an absolutely brilliant campaign against someone like Xiao Grun in the quarterfinal stage, it could be very dangerous for one of those, destroying scorelines to be the case there. The world number 81 is going to be up against him. Very much the biggest of the underdogs here, left out in the tournament, but Yize probably is going to be the exact contrast of that, because John Higgins probably would have been quite happy to see Xiao knocked out, but Karen Wilson is not going to be playing either. So 2 players' most recent losses there for Higgins in the finals of this World Snooker season. Timur too, yeah, absolutely Timur for me as well, because as I say, I've got brilliant stocks and loads of stocks invested in Xiao, but it was never going to happen that streak was just going to be immortal for him. He was going to stop at some point, and the way that he was playing against Bingham, by the way, is Yize approaching on the frame ball, all he needs a red and the colour combination. He was always going to run out of steam, and he didn't really have the format to be suited to him. Only won 2 matches prior to this tournament in the Home Nation Series in general. So now as the frame ball was taken, so 72 points are going to be scored by Yize, and straight away it is one mistake, which, was a half-hearted mistake because he wasn't leaving anything easy away to his opponent, but the double into the left middle certainly was enough to be taking it as an invitation, and Yize didn't need a second one. It's now a break of 73 points and counting. Take note, Barry Hawkins, because the player that has managed to take a 4-1 lead against Neil Robertson, despite only having the highest break of 37 points, was incredible. He did go on to win that match 5-3 and making himself a break of 60 points. But to be fair to Barry, he had a really good campaign against Mark Williams yesterday. And just as I say that, he was going for a 1-3-1 potentially there, Yize. It is now going to be a break of 80 points, which ends here. So Yize still comfortably takes the opening frame. And John needs to be settling for a bit of a damage limitation in the next couple of frames. He needs to make sure he doesn't allow this machine from China to be running away from him, because that's exactly what happened in the first frame. You know, probably done it wrong on 2 occasions. You feel like the way that he's played for the black was probably a bit of a 50% of the reason why he got that position wrong. And then, of course, trying to actually cannon the cue ball into the black didn't really work out. And the cue ball was stopped before reaching the main pack of those reds. So that clearly where he has gone wrong. And as I say, taking that risky double, he played with power, so the red could have finished anyway. He didn't really leave the same red away, but he has left in a couple of other opportunities. One of them was taken very nicely by Wu. And what followed was a break of 80 points, which was the only break that Yize needed to get himself an opening frame lead. And yeah, just keeping an eye on the second table as well. John Higgins right now has got a really nice chance to try and take the first frame away from Joey Long. Still, as I say, Higgins and Joe are going to be looking to try and challenge Jack Lisowski in the semi-finals. And Yize and Jiang are going to be playing Barry Hawk. Well, either one of them is going to be playing Barry Hawkins in the semis. That gets himself finally to be quite close to repeating history. In 2018, managed to reach the Welsh Open final. And of course, you can't really have a better player when it comes to winning the Welsh Open than John Higgins, making it 5 wins in his career, and could still be a real threat to be making it 6 out there, especially for it to be such a shock. We haven't seen not even a back-to-back winner, but a double winner since 2016, when Ronnie O'Sullivan managed to get that scoring on the board. Ever since then, it's all been, well, just trading off those tournament wins there, the likes of Gary Wilson, Mark Selby, you know, Jordan Brown defeating Ronnie O'Sullivan in 2021, Sean Murphy, Neil Robertson, John Higgins himself, Stuart Bingham, Robert Milkins, and Joe Perry were all very much getting himself lined up on the score sheet. And yeah, a couple of brilliant stories for those as well. As I say, Jordan Brown managing to defeat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final. I'm not sure that that was still by the time that they had an ultimate prize of 1 million for the prize money when you win all 4 of those Home Nations tournaments, or they would have taken out it by then. But of course, now you've got a bonus of 150,000 worth of prize money if you are to be the top earner or the top scorer on those ranking points by the end of those 4 tournaments of the Home Nation Series. So far, we had the winners of Mark Cullen, Chris Swaglin, and Jack Lisowski, the finalist of Joey Long, Judd Trump, and Chang Min-yu. And 5 of those names are going to be out already. Well, 4 of those names are going to be out already. Joey Long and Jack Lisowski are the only ones standing. And of course, we are guaranteed to be having a real challenger for Yize, because he's the only player so far in the draw which has managed to, well, of course, sorry, I forgot about Jack there. Jack Lisowski and Yize, so we're going to have a player on each side of the draw which would have won the ranking event this season, but the rest of them haven't. And the likes of John Higgins, Hawkins are all going to be very much looking to try and, well, break the sequence of Zhao Xington, making it the only player that managed to win 2 ranking event tournaments, especially doing that back-to-back at the World Grand Prix and the Players' Championship. For now, in the start of the second frame, which is going to have a bit of a rolling that cue ball backwards and forwards to the main bunch of reds. He should be heading the cue ball off the left side and all the way in behind the black. So let's see, what is it going to be now from Jiang's point of view, because once again, I feel like there was a bit of a concept from me that he is going to be an attacking player, and then I looked at him and his performance against Mark Selby, and he was anything but attacking, and he was actually able to outplay Selby when it comes to those safety battles, which is a very rare thing for you to be saying. Defeating the Welsh Open champion from last year, managed to defeat Stephen Maguire in the final 9 frames to 6, but managed to get himself knocked out. And a bit of a weird form now for Selby, because after having such a fantastic end to the 2025 or calendar year, 2026 hasn't really started well for him. And as far as I'm aware, he's still yet to reach the semi-final stage. I feel like he's played Mark Cullen in the quarterfinals, but I mean, that wasn't in the Players' Championship, but that wasn't really something that you can be proud of, losing 5 of those opening frames, getting himself 5-0 down before eventually losing the match 6 frames to 2. So now Yize once again giving the turn back to John, that has a minor advantage of having the ability to be using that touch and ball and bringing the cue ball back down the table. So Yize now going to have a look towards the left middle pocket, which probably is going to be the only dangerous point of the position of the Reds right now. And just needs to be aware that he doesn't really want to leave an easy chance away here to John, especially after having such a good opening frame of a break there. Rolls that cue ball in behind one of those Reds, probably making sure that John is not going to have the ability to be receiving a touching ball here. Once again, after a couple of those Reds to be at the top part of the table, probably going to be blocking off every single opportunity of lining up the cue ball at the top end of the table. So for now, well, was it an attempt of a pot there from Jiang? I'm not sure, but certainly the red wasn't too far away from the green pocket. But in the end, it wasn't too close to it either. Didn't rattle in the jaws, and the cover was there for Jiang anyway. So, you know, could have been one of those smart shots there for him to be taking. And now, could it be Yize to try and respond with a smart shot of his own? Is he going to be cross double into the left middle, or is he going to try and cut this one in into the right middle instead? Look at that. You can't defend against that. That is brilliant class there from Yize. And once again, just getting himself a chance out of nothing. The previous shot was really well played by John because, you know, as much as I say, he didn't really make his feelings clear for me, whether he was playing a pot or not, but it doesn't really matter from the safety point of view. That shot was spot on, and still somehow there was a gap which Yize managed to find. Now just needs to make sure he gets the blue in as well. Didn't want the contact on the yellow. Needs a bounce of the cue ball there for him to be seeing the red into the left middle right now. And he's going to get it. So once again, the break of 8 points seems to have a break of 100 points in total, followed by that particular performance by John. And it's Yize that he's going to have 3 reds at the top part of the table, very much taken care of. 1 more at the lower end of it, and then you'll have another 10 reds for him to try and score some healthy points as well. But for now, it is going to be another David Grace performance potentially. Loading there for him. Average shot time so far, 31 seconds for John and 18 seconds for Yize. And I mean, once again, that's not really going to be taking only the break into account. You know, he still has played some reasonable safety shots as well too here. So I suspect that the break average shot on the break value is going to be even lower than that. Once again, beautiful cue ball control, getting himself lined up perfectly on the blue. About to be taken into the middle. So if you play this one straight into the face of the pink, you should still get a really nice chance to be getting that pink away from the danger zone and heading that cue ball to be lined up on at least one of those reds. Didn't get a firm contact though, and that has gone horribly wrong for Yize. Surprised with that, once again, probably one of his strongest assets when it comes to just trying to split the pack in a single shot there. And he certainly proved that in the previous frame, but not here. Catches the pink with a bit of a scrape there, sends that one across the table, and the cue ball certainly didn't have anywhere near as much of a firm contact as it needed to be. So in the end, the cue ball has drifted onto the black ball cushion. Pretty much neither of those reds have gone away from the pack, and the pink has changed its location as well. So now Yize's going to have to just, well, once again, roll that cue ball towards those reds, but he's played a horrible shot there. I don't know what on earth he was thinking there. I mean, it may not be easy, as I make it sound, but for me, it's an absolute sitter which is left over the middle. So the fact that John is having a look at the position of the cue ball to try and take this blue, it's going to be a very different story for him if he gets this chance on the way. So loads of topspin, of course, is going to be required. Ideally, he wants to have a little brush of a couple of those reds as well. But in the meantime, he needs to be making sure that the red is going to be in, because he's missed a couple of those in his previous match. And needs to be making sure those mistakes are not going to be creeping in today, and they are. Once again, that opening frame was very much a chance for him to try and settle into the game. Instead, he has allowed Yize to be dictating the run of play. And once again, the previous frame was a bit of a double short selection mistake, I would say. This one certainly was all about the execution. And let's see what Yize is going to be able to do with this mistake here. Having a look at the 3-ball plant, which, you know, the end 2 points are going to be looking quite nicely. But the first red, the one that he's actually going to be playing into, is going to be quite a bit of a nightmare for him to position the remaining 2 straight into the pocket. But I can see what he's trying to do. But it's not going to be a guarantee that it goes all well there for him. Ooh, I'll tell you what, he may have got away with it. He's left the red over the pocket, but with him playing for the black, he may have left this one as a real chance to try and take the red. Take the black, of course, he was playing for. And right now, Jiang is not going to have an easy shot at this red. And of course, if he wants to try and swerve around it, the red is quite far away from the pocket for this one not to be a sitter, so has to go for a different shot now. Oh, I'll tell you what, the red that he's looking at the green pocket, is the carbon copy of the shots that we've seen missed by Stuart Bingham and Zhao Xington and Jack Mzowski today as well. So this is going to be quite a test for him to try and cue this one nicely on for the blue, you would have thought, because he has to be either blue or the black. And unless he wants a bit of safety on this one, he needs to be playing for the blue. And yeah, he's played this shot super well, and that is going to be more like it from what we've seen in the first couple of rounds there by Jiang, and now gets himself a chance to try and take this opportunity away. Only 17 points down, 115 still at the table. So, because we are now going to be introducing those 15 minutes of an intermission. The first 4 matches don't have that. After it was decided at the start of the season that no rule change of a format is going to be taking place. So the first 5, first to 6 are all going to be taking place here as well. And now Jiang gets himself a chance here. And straight away, he's going to be looking at a bit of a difficult plan to be taken. And in the end, probably has to settle for an easier red. Although once again, a bit surprised that he hasn't taken the red away from the right corner pocket. Doesn't really need to be leaving that one till last, because he's not going to have any pack disruption, which can potentially go wrong. He just needs to be trying to get that cue ball across those reds, play in the gaps there, and then he should still have a really nice and easy setup there for himself to be getting those 7 reds into the left or right corner of the table without needing to do anything else with the position, and just keep it in its current status. So once again, just checking the way that the black is going to be repositioned there by the referee. So if you take this one away into the right corner, you should have a good chance for the cue ball to bounce closely to the black. Once again, slightly surprised that he hasn't tried to do it beforehand, but obviously there's going to be a reason for it. And Jiang's just looking at the way that he can try and take this black away. Should have probably played this one with a bit of the angle for him to leave at. But still, he should have a good opportunity to be playing this one away from the right side cushion, getting behind the red into the middle. That'll free up the pink as well. Even more for it to be taken into the corner as well. And, well, he decided to try and get around the red, which, I mean, he's fine if you play this shot well, which he has. So, of course, not going to have anything to say about it. You know, just leaves that cue ball to be in a bit of a spot of bother, because it needs to keep running. And he has done that on the previous shot, but if he hasn't, then it would have been a bit of a different story for him to try and play for the black instead. Right now, he just forces that cue ball to be lined up on the black, and well, you can see with his body language, clearly doesn't want to be straight on this one. And I say he's got a cluster of 6 more reds there. He managed to take all the easy loose reds, and now he's about to enter a bit more of a difficult zone. But as I say, he doesn't need to do anything with those reds. It's just going to be all about taking that cue ball to the exact place and time where he needs it. And then he should be just throwing more and more of those reds away, so that he gets himself a really good opportunity to try and, well, take this frame away realistically, because that has to be the aim. There's no reason to be letting Yize back to the table here, especially with the way that he's managed to take that first frame away from him. And he clearly didn't feel like there was an angle for him to be playing the shot onto, so he decided to cannon the cue ball off the left side. But this time around, he manages to play the shot really well. and certainly not going to be able to repeat the calamity of the previous frame. It's all going to be very steady for him at this stage. Should just about have an extra angle on the cue ball to try and take this red into the corner and roll that cue ball to be separating a couple of the other reds away from each other. And now, I mentioned it was a simple 6-pack as it was. Now it is going to be a very straightforward practice table situation for him to try and make his way through. He's not going to need any of those 2 reds at the top part of the table, despite probably one of them still being in a great position if he is to run himself out of a bit of, well, run into a problem there and needing to send the cue ball very much straight to the top of the cloth there. Now just taking a bit of the extra seconds. As I say, no need to rush things. And if that's going to save you a chance of getting Yize back at the table, then you have to make sure you do it. The break of 38 points, which is going to be quite an upgrade on the break of just 8 points scored in the previous frame. So 20 points is the advantage, 83 at the table. And should still have a really good chance for him to be clearing those 5 reds away. If he takes them with the black, then he's not going to need the remaining 2 whatsoever, no matter how much there is going to be of an eagerness from Yize to come back to the table. But you can see tournament average shot time 34 seconds for Jiang and only 18 seconds for Yize's point of view. Who needs that cue ball to keep running. It doesn't want to be straight. And I tell you what, you better not be straight on this one, because if he is, then he got himself into the only position on this table where he probably can't find himself on the red. He doesn't seem to give away loads of information there with his body language, but the fact that he's taken this one extra seriously probably suggests that this situation is a bit of a problem, because I mean, the only way that I can see him getting himself out of this situation probably needs to be full-on backspin or full-on topspin. But you can't really work it out with the way of full topspin, because if you're going to add the, well, hit the cue ball very much at the top of it, then you need to be adding the power as well. So it has to be backspin or nothing. So you're just taking another check at those reds, and very much agrees with me on that one. And he's played the shot pretty well, but he still left himself with a bit of the distance in between the reds and the cue ball. So 26 points advantage now as he stands. Let's see if he's going to be able to take the shred away, because once again, seen those missed today, yesterday, and the day before. And there is going to be, well, probably a little bit of the nerves. It's not quite the deciding frame, but it's still very much the opening one for him to try and win at the quarterfinal stage here. And after getting himself a bit out of hands on the previous shot on the blue, able to get himself another opportunity to try and pot the red. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. Rattles that red in, compromise the position of the cue ball as well, but he's still going to be on the black. So just looking at to see which kind of the angle is he actually going to have there. Similar shot to the one that Yize's missed at the start of this frame, but in the end the red goes in, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, I'll tell you what, he needs to be holding that cue ball back there, because he's not going to be able to send the white across. So this one has to be played for the top of those 3 reds. And to be fair, he managed to absorb all the power pretty nicely. So then 34 points of the advantage over Yize. Average shot time on this break, 32 seconds for John. So let's see what he's going to be able to do here. If he tries to take this shred away, once again, you need to be making sure that either you've got the perfect angle on the black, or ideally, you want to be taking this one with a pink, because that brings the pink to be on it back onto its own spot, which boosts the chances nicely, but also it gives probably the only colour which will give him a guarantee of being on the red. If he's going to pot it, he clearly shares the same idea. Played for the pink, although could have brought the cue ball slightly closer to it. But he's managed to deal with those issues before. And he's going to be able to do it again. Once again, a break of 59 points now. So only a couple of shots away from making this his frame for the taking. And bringing it down to first to 4 of a race. Still barely have seen one of those domination battles there. Once again, probably the only one that you have to point out was the performance of Yize against David Grace yesterday. But apart from that, it's all been relatively close. You know, there have been a couple of those matches like Robbie Williams and Jiang, where he was one-sided, but he wasn't always comfortable for Jiang, and he certainly admitted that in his post-match interview. Very happy to get over the line and once again to be playing in the last 8 of the stage. So then you can see he's looking at the scoreboard, doing the maths. He's 49 points clear. He needs his red to get the remaining points tally down to 43. And at that point onwards, he should still have a great chance of making it his frame for the taking. So then, could have done with bringing that cue ball all the way for the blue, but I feel like at this stage, you're more looking at the century hunt rather than being unsafe for the frame. And if he's worried about that one too much, he can always just take the pink. And that is going to bring the, well, the total snookers that Yize will need down to 4. And there's not going to be a way for him to be playing that. A bit of a surprise he missed that, because that was a bit reckless from Jiang. You know, once again, make sure you pot the pink first, because it's a bit of a distance, and it's a bit of a difference, I should say, in between having 4 snookers or 2 snookers there for Yize to try and find. In the end, he's going to be 7 points unsafe, so, well, Miss Pink could still be a bit of an issue for him, because if this red is taken with a black, then Yize can still be a real threat for this frame, especially with the free ball being the opportunity. He should have a lovely pace judgment there on the cue ball, as he takes the red into the green pocket, same one which Jiang would have been playing for himself, and now finds himself 49 points behind. Make that 42. Well, the black disappearing, so needs that cue ball to be desperately close to the red to try and get himself lined up in behind either brown or green. So let's see what's going to happen. As I say, a bit of a weird miss that from Jiang's point of view. And now behind 42 points, remaining 35. Still, once again, as I say, he needs to be closer to this red to make it a real problem for Jiang. So let's see if he's going to be able to put it down the spine. It seems to be a little bit low on the pace there for the cue ball, but it might have actually just about crept in behind the brown. I have to wait and see onto another angle, but he's certainly looking to try and swerve it around it, which probably suggests that Yize hasn't done enough there to be making a difficult shot. And yeah, he was able to hit that red pretty much full ball and nearly landed a snooker in behind Yize. I mean, he apologized for that one, but as I say, I feel like Wu can get through to this raid. Although at this stage of the frame, it probably doesn't really help this case too much. He needs this red to be disappearing onto and staying onto the top part of the table, whilst the cue ball has to be brought back on exactly the opposite part of the cloth. And then just lining himself up in behind either pink or the black. And once again, a bad shot there. Well, a bad safety from Yize. Even worse if it was a snooker attempt for him to try and line up. This red is now probably would expect to be potted by Jiang, and certainly confirmed for it to be a 1 all each in terms of the score sheet. Gonna have a look at how the main table is doing in a minute. But in the meantime, that red was taken and he wasn't made there. So he wasn't really potted at the same time, where, as I say, the attempt was good enough to make sure that the cue ball was a bit far away from the black ball cushion, which allows Jiang to be somewhat safe, that Yize won't try and get that cue ball in behind the black. But with the reds always staying close to it, it was never quite an ideal case scenario. And now, once again, we're just trying to find that cue ball in behind the black. But as I say, the angle wasn't really there. The green came somewhat to the rescue, and he's going to be blocking a significant chunk of this red. But on the left side is still very much going to be visible for him. And, well, I mean, taking no chance there with Jiang, because that was a really risky approach for how close he got to the green. And nearly got a double kiss on the red as well, which of course would have been the least of his concerns. So once again, the cube was about to descend down the lower end of the table, and trying to find the cluster of the pink and the black. So I thought, I mean, Yize clearly thinks otherwise, and just trying to get the cue ball to be in behind the brown and green combination. One of those snookers that, as much as it looks difficult, it's not really that much of a problem for the player to try and find himself to hit this red. And well, it looks like Jiang is playing this one directly, so all he has to make sure is that the cue ball is going to be nowhere near the yellow pocket. And I can't quite say he was nowhere near. He certainly didn't drop in, and he's now going to have to try and do something else with this red, getting that one in behind the brown and the green. Once again, he's tried that on 3 or 4 occasions, and it hasn't worked out for him once. So Johnny's going to have a look at this situation, but it feels like probably a really good chance for him to try and keep the pink to be staying on the black ball cushion. He just played that red pretty much full ball towards the yellow pocket, put a bit of distance in between the cue ball and the red. Now let's see what Yize is going to be able to do here. Needs to make sure, Jiang, that this red is not going to be a situation where we can just try and roll in behind the yellow. And he probably just about managed to get that one away from the yellow enough there. So that's what can't produce that snooker shot, which would have been quite the reckless one for Jiang to be leaving it on the table and the stage. Once again, looking to try and find the black, and once again being unsuccessful in that pursuit. So 42 points here. Jiang is going to be having as a gap towards Yize, so that hasn't really changed. And sending that red all the way down the table. And getting towards the right corner. This one is going to be left, but of course Yize doesn't need to be taking this one. And ideally wants to try and keep the red on the table, because it doesn't really get easier than that, because you'll have to take the red with the black and then take the yellow away before he can get somewhat close to the green, because he's still going to be in a situation where if he finds one snooker on the red, then he could be considering that as an option, playing for the red and the black combination, then get the yellow in, and then try and get the second snooker lined up on the green in behind the brown. But you feel like before then there's going to have to be a lot of things to happen his way. And in the meantime, it looks like it is going to be Jiang that finds a snooker on Yize here. So, yeah, is it going to be a chance here for Yize to try and get this red with a firm contact towards the left side cushion? Not too sure that worked out too well for him. Getting that red to bounce away off the left side though, and that cue ball to be super close to the yellow pocket. Probably should stop Jiang from taking this red along the side cushion, but you know, something that has started as a very quick of a match certainly turned out to be not so quick in the second frame. So now 40 minutes since the match has started, and still doesn't seem like there's going to be a resolution to the second frame so far, even though Jiang is going to have a very healthy lead there, clearly trying to disrupt the black with a minimal effect, and still unable to get that cue ball to be drifting anywhere near in behind the black. So then another chance for Yize to try and make this one right for himself, and just put a bit of distance in between the cue ball and this red. Make sure that it's going to be heading exactly behind one of those colors at least, and the line seems to be good. And once again, it was quite difficult for him to try and make sure, even if he played this one perfectly, that the red wasn't going to be sticking out to the left corner, or seeing too much of it on the right part instead, so that you can always just bounce it into the ball cushion before hitting the contact with the red. And that's exactly what Jiang has done there. So a couple of those shots that have been played by Yize, it doesn't really seem like they're going to be affecting Jiang here, and also it doesn't seem like it's going to have a too nice of a position for Yize to try and do something about it. So I feel like his best chance in about a couple of shots time probably has to come down to just trying to pot this red with a black, and then try and do two snookers on the green, because he hasn't really been getting anywhere near with this. And at least with the green, he'll get himself a chance to try and roll that cue ball perfectly behind the brown. And then, there's always going to be a chance for a free ball, which will still give him 3 points at that stage. But in the meantime, it is going to be a red which has been left out away for Jiang. And there's not going to be any more speculation about the winner of this frame here. The red is taken, and so is the frame. Jiang is going to march on to be taking the second one away from Yize, and could still be about to be making a break of 30 points as a total clearance. Frame time 26 minutes. As I say, a bit of a contrast to the way that the first frame has gone, with it being one break for Yize at that point, for him to be lined up with a frame win. And in the meantime, a bit of a bad shot there that Jiang has played, because it doesn't matter at this stage. Just needs to try and get the green in, no matter what happens with the cue ball. And look at that brilliant exhibition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cushions in the end for him to be lined up with the brown. Certainly loads of pace that shot was played with. And still got to get himself lined up nicely on the brown to be taken. And he takes it actually into the middle, despite having that cue ball to be super close to the ball cushion. And once again, a bit of the exhibition in style there from Jiang. Certainly seems to be enjoying himself And just because he's got a bit of a safety flag for him to try and bring to the table doesn't mean that he's not going to be playing those shots like that. About to take the pink. Once again, getting that cue ball to bounce away from the left side cushion and getting the black for the total clearance. It's a break of 30 points, which brings it total points back to square there. 106 scores by each of the players, although the highest break is still going to be a minor advantage to Yize. It is back to 1 frame each, and it is now down to a race off first to 4 frames from this point onwards. Let's see which one of the players will actually find themselves to be in the semi-final meeting. In the meantime, we've got John Higgins finally taking the opening frame away from Watchalong. Had to do it on the pink, and the highest break in that frame was 34 points from Watchalong himself. Higgins had 30. That's the highest break to speak for his own mate. And yeah, 125 there for Higgins to be the winner. 4.0 for Watchalong, and 133 now for Yize. 3.40 for Jiang. And of course, before the match has started, despite Hawkins and Lisowski already being in the semi-finals, still the favourite out of the last 6 players remaining in this tournament is actually going to be Yize, even though he hasn't technically got himself into the semi-final meeting yet. Of course, if he does do that, he'll play Barry Hawkins in the semi-final, then he'll play the winner of Watchalong, John Higgins, or Jack Lisowski in the final. So could still very much be the repeat of the International Championship. Could be a bit of a similar story for still Team China, very much occupying the final. If Watchalong is to beat John Higgins and Jack Lisowski, probably unlikely thing to happen. But we've seen that before with Joe, when he managed to destroy Mark Selby and Luca Brissell on his way to getting that final lined up with Mark Selby. Sorry, not with Mark Selby, with Mark Cullen. And still, he lost out on that final, but he only lost out by a frame there, 9 frames to 8, despite producing a really good comeback at that point. So then we're ready to get this frame started. So let's see what kind of a start it is going to be, because it's Jiang to be taking this cue ball all the way down the table. And let's see if he's going to achieve the perfect outcome with this one. Just trying to take the reds away from each other. Let's get that cue ball to be heading all the way across diagonally towards the yellow pocket. Now then, the cue ball is going to be lined up in behind the yellow and the brown. So once again, a long shot available for Yize. One of them was taken previously in the first frame, and a couple of those were missed in the second frame as well. Let's see if this one is going to be attempted. It was. Didn't really get too close to it, which, I mean, was a bit of a bad thing, but good thing at the same time, because it was only going to leave that red which he was playing available for Jiang, unless he missed it by an absolute mile, and was leaving that cue ball way down than its position right now. Therefore would have left a chance into the left middle. In the end, that's not quite going to be the case. I mean, John had a look at it, but he's probably going to have to try and make things happen with the red at the top part of the table instead. It's a bit of an interesting one, because if he takes this red into the green pocket, and if he misses it, then it is going to be a bit of a struggle for him to be taking that cue ball lined up for the bold colours, and especially for the blue or the pink. Let's see if he's going to be able to cue this one well. But for no reason, I feel like he will be after the previous frame success, and he certainly is going to do that now. Brilliantly struck into the pocket. Yes, he wasn't clean into the heart of it, but still got himself lined up nicely on a couple of bold colours to choose from. And probably going to be taking the green here, although, I mean, once again, it just depends on how much you can actually see of that red to be taken into the corner, because if you can, then it just buys yourself a bit of time to be taking an extra red with the colour, and then try and disrupt the other 13 reds to be spraying out away from each other. It's exactly the shot he's played. Needs to make sure the cue ball gets past the blue. Doesn't want to be straight in this one though, because that will limit the way for him to be playing this shot. And well, I mean, he's not going to be straight, but he's not going to be lined up well on this one either. This red can be taken into the corner, but he's going to be digging really deep onto the cue ball, trying to get himself lined up on the black, and therefore just not really having the invitation to try and play the black into the right corner. So this young guy is amazing. He certainly is doing a bit of wonders, knocking out the Mark Selby, Yuan Jun, and, still having a really good campaign against Robbie Williams as well. Let's see, though. I still feel like there's going to be a lot more twists to come along the way. If he is to somehow defeat the favourite for the crown and be, well, potentially the only player from Team China still standing in the semi-final stage. If he continues to defeat Joey Long, and look at that for a shot. Brilliant for him to spread those reds away from each other. But is he going to be on one? He seems to have a quick look towards the red into the middle, but he doesn't seem to have a lot of confidence towards it. It's such a similar red to the one that he missed in the previous frame. So then what's it going to be for him? If he tries to go really deep onto the cue ball, he'll position himself nicely for the black. But ultimately, it's probably going to be down to just this red, which he can give away. Once again, the fact that he's played with low power didn't really help. But he manages to drop this one in. There was no fade of that. And any sign of fade, which probably would have killed this shot and brought Yize very much back to the table here. That wasn't the case. He's played this one clearly well enough. And now, tell me it's not a real chance for him to be taking this frame away there all of a sudden. Only 13 points advantage for now, but should still be a really good chance for him to try and take the blue, or take the black away, I should say. And then he's going to have loads of those easy reds, which he managed to spread himself out across the slower part of the table. He's got 20 points of an advantage, and it looks like he can try and very much triple that amount. Take it all the way to 60 with, 5 more reds that he's got available next to his name. The pink is not going to be in the way as well, which probably is going to help more than disrupt the rhythm. Although, just to say that, I mean, he clearly doesn't think so because he's about to take the pink, which I actually feel like it's a bit of a weird shot to me. Because let's see where the pink is going to be there. Once again, you can't really see that from this camera angle. But I thought the pink is just going to be in the way of those reds. And there wasn't really need for him to be playing for that pink. The blue was right next to it. So clearly a tactical thing. But if the pink goes underneath the main bunch, then it doesn't really matter. And he probably gave himself a bit of a good shot there to play. But if the pink, which it does seem like, he's going to go right in the mix of those reds. Well, I'll tell you what, I am going to classify that as a bit of a weird and a bad shot that he's played. Referee's clearly happy with the pink placement. And, well, I mean, he may have certainly covered one of the reds, which are counted as loose ones. He may have covered the second one as well. So let's see the way that he's going to be taking this one away, because he could still be seeing something there I can't see from here. But it looks like he's just lost the red. And he's got 2 more for him to be taken, maximum. 1 more which potentially the pink is going to be in the way of. And he's going to try and keep that one till last. So for now, just taking the red into the left corner. 33 points as his advantage. And I said there was a point where we've seen Yize score 98 points without a response. Well, now we've seen a similar story from Jiang here, because even though there were 8 points scored in the previous frame by Yize ever since that break of 68 points, apart from those points that proved to be absolutely meaningless, with Yize needing 3 snookers, and still probably the fact that he came back to the plane was a bit of a weird thing. After that shocking miss in the right corner, which didn't really seem to affect him too much, needing 2 snookers at that stage. Clearly was enough for him to be taken all the way and over the line. For now, though, he's taken loads of time on this shot, and just needs to make sure he's not going to be straight in this one. Just needs to make sure he's not going to be straight in this one, and, well, I mean, that was the task. Whether he's managed to accomplish this task or not, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, he's not straight, but the fact that he's going to be pushing the cue ball down into the ground doesn't really help. He wants a big bounce here to try and probably get around this red now. I mean, he can't be leaving himself up with a shot into the middle like that, because once again, you're going to be down to the last red which is available to you, so you need to be lined up perfectly on the next color. So he needs to be taking a risk here and either trying to do something with those remaining reds right now of the black, which he hasn't done. And, well, I thought the shot into the pink, into the right middle pocket was going to be bad enough. And it looks like he's played intentionally for a shot into the yellow pocket now. Well, I mean, I tell you what, long pot success, 60% there. I'm not sure if that's in this match, because I feel like he hasn't taken 5 long pots. for us to be saying 60% there, so probably has to be overall in the tournament. That probably is not going to be enough either, so I'm not sure about that. Now then, is he going to be making this number better or worse for himself? He doesn't really have a lot to lose, because the red is probably the only thing that he can try and give away. He's got this one in, once again wobbles in the jaws, but I tell you what, I'm very surprised with his short selection recently, because he got that one. He was losing the plot there a little bit in terms of his mindset, the way that he wants to win this frame. Clearly, he's not going to be just trying to score 49 points, because he needed to try and keep Yize in his seat. And it looks like he hasn't managed to do that. He is going to be lined up perfectly on the black, but once again, way too straight for trying to take the cue ball into those reds. So unless there is going to be a plant available, which, I mean, he potentially has played for. Once again, it's one of those two things. He's either played for a safety shot to be taking that cue ball to the top end of the table, or he's played for a plant to be taken into the left middle instead. And it was the first option, just a safety to be played. And still surprised. You know, it's a decent break, 49 points. He was heading for a break of 140 there, as you can see, as he managed to take the reds and all the remaining ones with the black, and get the remaining 6 colours to be potted as well. But it is now still going to be a decent chance for Yize to try and come back in this frame, because remember, he didn't really have that option in the previous frame, and he may have a fluke to come his way. Was it a fluke though? There was no sign of apology from Yize's point of view. There may be now for the position that he's got, but look at that. I mean, there clearly was no intention for him to be playing that shot. Oh, look at that. Unlucky on the brown. The camera switched off way too quickly to be showing the replay. In the end, he's going to be just rolling that cue ball in behind the brown. But there is an important twist there that I have to mention. There are no reds, apart from one of them maybe, that are going to be too close to either one of those cushions. So once again, just have a look at the replay. I mean, it's a 3-ball plant, but it's not even a 3-ball plant. It's a 3-ball shot there. So it pushes one of those reds into the second one. The second one gets the contact of the third and just makes his way nicely into the left corner, which, I mean, I've got no idea how he managed to calculate that one. And, well, tell you what, this is going to be a very interesting way, because Jiang is probably going to be the second favourite in this frame, despite having a 48 points over lead with only 83 points at the table. He's playing for the risky red. He needs to make sure he gets the contact. Otherwise, he's going to be leaving this one on. And, well, I felt like that was a death sentence coming in any sort of way, because the way that he was trying to hit that red, he needed to hit that one across diagonally towards the right corner, but he had a little brush towards it, and he still looks like he's left it into the middle. So, confirmation of him being second best favourite for this frame now, even though it is going to be 48 points of a difference. Wow, has Yize judged his pace on the shot well? He hasn't. I mean, that is a sitter that he missed there. I mean, baffled by what I've seen there. The pace on the red probably wasn't enough for it in the end, but also it just seems to have played it straight into the jaw. Maybe that was the reason of the pace there, but in any case, this red now should be available for Jiang to be taking. It's quite awkwardly placed over the pocket though, so he probably is not going to have the way to try and play for the blue. So the black and the pink are going to be out of position. So once again, a bit of a test. But still, it's a test that he would have very much probably want to be involved with. And he hasn't really passed this test at all. Just about going to be lined up on the blue, but it's difficult to point out the pocket. Whether it's going to be taking this one into the green pocket or the right middle. With the cue ball being basically closer to the pink spot right now. By far, than for it to be closer to the blue ball spot. Such a difficult angle. Probably looking at something like 140 there for him to be taking. Maybe 130 to be fair. For it to be all the way into the middle. Needs to miss the brown and the green as well. He got the blue in. The cue ball though is going to be heading towards the right corner. And needs it to wobble in the jaws and get away from the side cushion as well. And he's done all of that there. So the cue ball and the snooker gods certainly to be on the side of Jiang there. Because even if that red didn't drop into the pocket but stayed over there, it would have been a very difficult reach to try and take this red away. It's still difficult, but at least it's possible to be taking this one away. So 75 points at the table, so 54 is the advantage. You take this red away, and you're probably going to need one more after this one, and a color. Then you should be sorted for the frame win. And wow, that was a bit of a weird reaction because he hit the shot well, he got the red in, but at the point that the cue has left the cue ball there, it looked like he was already very much rising from the shot, which is a very weird thing to see. Whether there was a bit of a twitch or not, he certainly didn't affect his shot at all. And just now looking to find one more red there, and at that point, he should have a gap of 59 points. Well, technically, of course, he will still have a chance for Yize to try and bring it to a respot. But more importantly, if he finds a red, he should be able to find the color with it as well. And now he's going to be lined up for this red, nicely lined up into the left corner. So then, he's got 58 points of advantage, 67 points remaining, and this is going to be probably the first time there that we're going to say Jiang is starting to become the favourite for this quarterfinal. Certainly didn't look like that in the first frame. Yize seemed to take that one perfectly away for him, and you can see average shot time 36 seconds, and you can see why people say he's managed to outplay Selby in his own world there. Seems to have taken loads of time on those shots even during the break, but certainly it seems to be working out for him as well, and you can't blame him for that because the results are going to be there. 150 points scored. In the meantime, Yize only managed to score 9 of those in the last couple of frames, and now all of a sudden it is going to be Jiang to be taking a lead there into the 4th frame, whether he's going to be able to extend that lead or not, and become certainly the favourite at that stage for him to be taking a 3-1 lead before the intermission of 15 minutes time. So then, as he takes the blue, manages to get those reds to be spread out away from each other. And like Bulba, even the 20% that voted for John to win. Fair play, 90% now, which, I mean, I did expect this one to be a lot more straightforward for Yize. I mean, I set 5-2, which already would require Yize to be taking 4 frames with a bounce here, but a bit of the Zhao against Joe Bingham that gives me a flashback of, because the first frame, yes, Yize was a lot more consistent than Zhao, but it wasn't his best performance at the start of it, and yet he was able to take that frame nicely. So was Zhao, but then he lost out 3 frames with a bounce and gave Bingham a massive opportunity to be taking that match away from him, and took it into a 3-1 of a deficit. And Jiang is going to be 2/3 of the way in there as well, about to make it a break of 23 points. And you can see total points 178. I voted for Wu 2, fair play. I mean, I voted for Wu Yize, and doesn't seem like it's working out for now, but he's got a lot of snooker to be played, and in the meantime, Jiang is not going to be able to make it. Another break of 50 plus points, and too many unforced errors by Zhao. Yes, absolutely. Probably the reason for that being to sort of try and make sure he gets that campaign to be sorted and very much follow the example of the Players' Championship and the World Grand Prix. And he probably was a bit too much of a snooker for him to play. Once again, massive shout out have to be given away for Zhao and John Higgins, because for him to be playing in the Players' Championship final on Sunday evening, and for both of them to be featuring on Tuesday afternoon for Zhao. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't lose in the first round match. He was close to it. It was a decider against Fang Jingyi, but he's played that match really well and clearly handled that situation as a professional. For him to be lined up with a 3rd round match, which he couldn't quite defeat Stuart Bingham with, and that would have set up a really exciting match against Jack Lizowski though, and could have been Zhao once again in the semi-final stage. I mean, I wanted Jim, sorry, Zhao's still coughing. Well, I'm not sure, because he should be on his way home now. He's got a 2-week of a break, so I'm not sure if he's going to be staying in the UK. There's probably not going to be a lot of reason for that to be the case, because the World Open is going to be in China. It's only going to be in 2 weeks' time, and unless he's got something planned to try and do another challenge with Man City players or not, you never quite know. He may as well be heading straight back home, and very much going on a very deserved rest for him as well. In the meantime, we've got the 3rd frame to be finished, and the 2nd frame in the match of Joey Long and John Higgins. Seems like it's only getting started. 2 points to separate the players. 27 against 29 in favour of Higgins. Still 67 points to be taken. So let's see the way this is going to go. Either in favour of one of those two, or indeed against them. So still looking at the perspective of Yize. He is still probably going to be a favourite in my eyes, but only with a minor advantage of the odds, 172 for him to be the winner, and 2.1 for Jiang, which seems to be quite a contrast to 6.0 after the opening frame was taken, very much the way of Yize. He's gone on to lose 2 frames since then, and now then about to take a break-off shot and give the turn back to Jiang here. So just looking at all the options that he's got available to him, so far been really good with the chances presented to him, barring the first frame. Only had one of those at the opening frame of the encounter. Didn't really manage to do anything with it, apart from scoring 8 points and then giving away a risky double, which Yize was able to take nicely. And he had another opportunity taken into the second frame, but didn't really manage to get that one all the way. So you can see that in the first frame, 77% of the table time was given to Yize, but in the second and third, only 24 of those came his way. And you can see why, by the way, because of table time is going to be the time that you spend on those shots, and Yize is not going to be taking too many seconds on the shots which he clearly feels confident about. Same can't be said about Jiang. He's taking a minute to try and think about this red, and in the end he's going to be trying to get that cue ball to be on the black ball cushion, but it's a risky shot, that, and I would say that's inexperience, because you should have not even tried to play that shot. There was way too much of a margin for error, and you can see he's going to be disappointed as he walks away back to his seat. And one way or another, it is going to be a chance given away, whether it will be a red into the middle or into the corner. It's going to be up to Yize, but once again, he's been a bit rusty in the last couple of frames. There's nothing going to be rusty about this shot, though. Brilliantly taken. This time around, he is going to be on the colour, unlike in the second frame. And from Yize, I'll tell you, probably would take an intermission of it to be 2 frames each there. And probably wouldn't be disappointed with that at all. So then let's see what is it going to be for Yize, because he's got a nice position ahead of himself. He's got the black to be available. He's got the, well, pretty much all 6 colours really to be on those spots. The paint with a bit of a tradition to be covered up by those reds from all the angles. But apart from that, he can try and work his way through the black. Although he could have been straighter on this one. A bit surprised that he's taking the shot onto the right side rail straight away, by the way, because that was always going to leave with the cue ball having to go past the red and lined up for the black. This time around, he probably has to try and hold this one of the other couple of reds. So it's not going to be an easy test. And, well, it seems to be a test that was failed straight away there by Yize. He got the black in nicely, but he didn't manage to use any one of those reds, which clearly was the intention for him. It wasn't just me that mentioned it, because he doesn't look like he's going to have anything available at all. He's got one of those loose reds at the top end of the table. Have a look at this. Well, he caught a minor edge of one of those reds, but I have to say, probably has to put that down to him being unlucky, because he's played that shot 10 times. It would not have been able to replicate the result of missing all 4 of those reds. Now, looking at the plans, potentially taken into the left corner, but he probably would have learned his lesson from the previous couple of frames. Make sure you don't give anything silly easy away for Jiang there. So he had a break of 18 points, had a break of 8 points, and now a break of 11 points. A very much low scoring streak there for Yize, ever since that break of 18 points in the first frame, which he managed to achieve. But at least he hasn't, gone for a risky shot there to be taken. So just trying to take the red from the top end of the table, very much closer to the middle range of it, and getting that cue ball still to be nicely positioned onto the ball cushion, right next to the yellow pocket as well. So, well, a bit of a wide shot there because of the way that the cue ball was heading all the way up the table, but was always looking like he was going to be short on the pace. In the end, picked up just about enough of that for Yize not to be left away with a straightforward long shot to be taken into the corner. Now he's probably going to be taking this red away from the black. Not just to make sure that the black is going to be in a better position, but also to ensure that he doesn't leave anything available there to John. And getting that red to be used perfectly for that cue ball to be cannoned all the way to the top end of it. And yeah, he's now going to have a look at this red to be taken into the left corner. But I'll tell you what, it's a bit of a risky one because of, you know, the cue ball heading straight into the bunch of the reds. And I'm not sure he's got enough of the lower end of the cue ball that he can actually get through so that he can try and go for this shot. But he can try and go for another incredible shot like that. And that's a thing of beauty there from Jiang. Once again, not a sign of apology because he clearly meant that. And look at the line that he found. Clearly playing that with an element of safety. But now, as he's going to be lined up perfectly on the ball colours, it is going to be a real threat now for Jiang to be taking this one at a 3-1 potential of a lead there. Still has got loads of reds to try and make his way through though. He's got 123 points, which makes it 3 reds eliminated, 12 more into play. Probably the only problem thing there is going to have to be the fact of a couple of reds to be away from each other, but still there is going to be a huge pack of somewhat close to 9 or 8 reds there, super close to the pink and therefore super close to each other. So then straight away he's played for a bit of a risky shot and needs that cue ball to be heading all the way down the table. So let's see if he's managed to play that shot with enough power. Seems to be the way. If he hasn't, then he should have a chance to be taking the red into the middle as well. And yeah, you can see there is going to be a clear gap for him to be seeing enough of the red to be taken into the right corner. So once again, a bit of a backspin here to be applied. The cue will played across the black for him to be positioned on the black to be taken into the right corner here. So then after the black, it's going to be 11 points each there scored by the 2 players. And it's going to be down to surely 2 more loose reds and then potentially 2 more available after that. And that's going to be probably the time frame in which Jiang has to make sure he's going to be able to get a couple more of those to be in open play. In the meantime, just looking at the way, he needs to be sending this cue ball away from the black ball cushion. So all the power needs to be put into this shot, but also at the same time, make sure you take the black in. And wow, he clearly was very interested in getting that cue ball to be separating the 2 reds, which I mentioned are going to be the next step for him to be taking. And he's managed to play that shot pretty well. And you can see how close to those reds he was leaning forward there, just clearly just asking them to try and be separated there by the cue ball. Play the shot pretty well, to be fair, because it doesn't really sacrifice anything on the position, apart from maybe just having a bit of a need to be using the black ball cushion there to bounce the cue ball away, to be positioned on the black itself. And now, as I say, after losing out on the first frame, he's got a pot success of 92%, 88 for Yize. Probably has got the minor edge in each and every single one of those stats, apart from, of course, the ones where he's going to be scoring points. But when it comes to utilising those chances, it is going to be interesting there. I hate seeing the way the JG plays, very irritating. Well, I get that, to be fair, and I wouldn't probably say from my own end, because that was very much a thing for me. I wanted to see how much of that Selby talk was actually true, and I very much understand where he's coming from. You know, he does seem to take loads of time on the simplest of shots, but listen, I suppose he's still very young, and if that's his style of play and he's able to execute it well, then you can't really say loads of bad things about it. Yes, it could not be as free-flowing and beautiful to see as the style of Yize, but, you know, when there is a clash of styles, sometimes something that is beautiful doesn't always win. And that's certainly going to be the story of the first mini session here. 9 points of advantage. Another couple of reds. You can see John able to get himself positioned on. And once again, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. He had a straightforward situation on the black. And last second, and he's done it twice now, he's pulled out on that shot. Probably wasted another 20 seconds there. So, I mean, it's quite difficult for the player to be building a rhythm like that. And also, you can see that shot just being shot at the perfect time. Average shot time on the break, 34 seconds. That's That's way too long, that is. And I'm not sure if it's tactical. I'm not sure if it's very much against someone like Yize, which he feels like he'll work. And probably have to say he has been working somewhat to an extent, but it's not as beautiful to be seen as Yize's game. I will tell you that for sure. But if you talk about the way that he manages to score those points, you can see 118 scored by Yize, 211 scored by Jiang here. So it's going to be all about just trying to take the black away here. Played for a couple more of those reds available to him. He's got 24 points of the advantage. 91 points still at the table there for him. And if he takes this red nicely into the middle, he should have loads of the power for that cue ball to be heading either for the blue or for the black. It just depends on which way he wants to try and play this shot with. Once again, taking a bit of extra time. Thinking about the way for him to try and make this one work for his own sake. So just looking at the way, well, it just seems to be checking every single potential scenario there. And in snooker, you can't really be doing that all the time because, if anything, you put yourself under a little bit of pressure because you can be just overthinking the position on either the blue or the black and then just get caught in two ones there. I mean, he's played a decent shot on the black, but he's left himself with a bit of the angle to try and pot the black here. And then also, he's probably found himself on the wrong angle to be trying to get that cue ball across the red. So let's see the way that this match is going to go. As I say, obviously worked out against Robbie Williams, Yuan Jun, and against Mark Selby as well. Average shot time on the break, now 33 seconds, so he's managed to improve by a second there. But still, it's not going to be anywhere near the 15-16 second record, which Yize has got next to his name. So they're about to take the black. And, well, try to get the cue ball to be into those reds. Slow and irritating way of playing is to make his opponent annoyed and frustrated. Not so smart. Well, I'm not sure about that, once again, because I feel like it's a bit extreme, that. And it may still be a tactical thing for him to try and analyse everything that can happen on a snooker table. So, yeah, let's see about that. You're doing a good job, pal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. And, yeah, we're going to have to make sure that he's still going to be able to keep Yize in his chair. And then if he takes this red away, that cue ball is going to be bouncing away off the left side cushion. Try and play for the black. Make sure he's not going to be too straight on this one again. 33 points advantage though. He's got 75 points at the table. Spot on commentary. Thank you very much. And yeah, that makes it what? 200 points? Something like that without answer. He scored around 20 or, well, 8 points in the first frame. Then he scored another 10 before that chance for Yize popped up. So yeah, it probably is going to be something like 200 points without a realistic answer. You know, we've seen breaks of 8, 18 and 11 points there from Yize, but apart from that, it's all been very much one-sided and in favour of Jiang. Just needs to be making sure that the cue ball is going to travel towards the left side cushion and get himself lined up on the red to be taken into the left middle as well to try and block all the pace away from the cue ball. On the previous shot certainly didn't help. And, well, he's trying to get himself... Let's have a look what he's having a chat with the referee about. Not too sure if... the fans were warned, by the way, before the match has started that they shouldn't be, you know, making any noise, putting their phones to silent, but also flashing their camera, which I thought was a strange comment to be making. And that's one of those things where you only say after something like that happened. And, yeah, I'm not too sure what's happening in there, but clearly I can hear a lot of noise. And 2 frames have been finished there by Joey Long and John here. I don't get what on earth is going on there because 2 frames are finished, which clearly is not going to be an intermission. But for whatever reason, on the other ends of the arena, there are loads of people making some, you know, really loud noises and making a bit of a stampede there. So it seems to have settled down. And as I say, that's the last thing that he needs there because... as much as he's got a bit of a healthy points advantage, still going to be, you know, lined up with a bit of a difficult shot. And the good news is, though, the red that I was talking about doesn't have to be taken. He's got another red right next to the pink to be played here. So still, once again, just taking a second or two. Felt like this time is going to be a bit more justified for the players and for the fans, I should say, still making their way out of the arena. He's always taking too long to play a simple shot. Well, you are repeating yourself, but once again, I have to agree with that. I can understand doing it here because of the fans making loads of noises. Could be a bit disruptive there in a sport like snooker, but I feel like apart from that, they have seen a lot of those instances as well. But, you know, he compromises himself as much as anyone on that. Yes, that's not going to be pretty to be watching, but also, you know, it's a calculated risk, I have to say, because that clearly is going to be a tactical thing. Whether, as you say, is going to be to try and disrupt the rhythm of a player, possibly, but probably not after he's managed to win 2 comfortable frames there, and he's about to take the 3rd one. So that's clearly just going to be based on the way that he plays this game. And a bit of a weird combination now, because he seems to be taking all the attacking shot, but at the same time, he does seem to be taking loads of time on those shots as well. And but what he's doing, I feel like he's 10 times better. But, I mean, he is, normally, because he is going to be the world number 14 as far as I'm aware. But right now, well, Barry Hawkins may be actually going towards the world number 13, so he might have to go to the world number 15 spot. But there's not a lot you can do when your opponent doesn't make mistakes. And we've seen one of those in the 2nd frame. We've seen a half-hearted mistake in the 1st frame. We may have seen one now, though. Because if he's going to be super straight on his blue, then he got himself into a bit of a vulnerable situation there. He's going to always have a red to be taken into the corner. But, I mean, it's all going to be down to the way that he can try and take that red away. And, yeah, you can see he clearly had just about enough of the angle. But the cue ball was a bit pacey. Well, I'm not sure. It's going to be touch and go. It's now 60. Well, I don't know why the scoreboard is not running. Sorry about that. Now 2 reds, so he's got an advantage of 52 points, and he's got 59 points still at the table. So all he needs is taking this red. He's always going to be lined up on the black, unless he decides not to play for it, which would be ridiculous. Oh, I tell you what, this is not as nice of a cut as I thought from the first time I've seen it. And you don't want to be leaving Yize a chance to be taking those 4 reds, but there's not going to be a chance there, and because of me thinking about a different red, he was never going to be playing for a pretty colour, so he was always going to be down to the bold colours, and Yize is going to have to do the maths here to make a decision for him to be coming back to the table or not. But whatever you say about his style of play, he's certainly managing to make the most out of that pot success percentage to be super high, and probably about to improve it as well. So then Brown to be taken into the middle. That will allow him to have a break of 68 points, which would actually exactly repeat the previous highest record for him in this match. But once again, no surprise there. He's just going to be taking this cue ball in behind the yellow. And could have taken a bit more pace away, but in the end he got the result. So it's 1 snooker there for Yize to try and get back himself, but in the moment, he's the player that finds himself facing a snooker. So, well, whatever you do, you need to try and fight for this one, because you can't really afford to be going 3-1 down to anyone, especially in the 1st to 5 match, especially when you've had absolutely nothing to do with the action in the previous couple of frames. So then Jiang clearly expected to get a couple of points there. Probably the only explanation why he hasn't taken the brown. So then take that cue ball away from this red and take it all the way to the right corner before the cue ball is going to bounce massively. And with loads of pace towards the yellow pocket itself, bounces away from the left side cushion. Could have done without bringing that cue ball down the table at the same time. Could have left it just on the ball cushion, or at least somewhat close to it. But I suppose he's going to be probably in a situation in the match where he doesn't have to worry about those little things. And it needs to be taken a bit more seriously from Yize's point of view. And, well, I mean, that is certainly going to be a bit of a shocker shot there. As much as he didn't have loads of reds to be aiming towards, and now he's going to be putting the cue ball into the right corner as well. So, as much as it seems to be going all the way for Jiang, he seems to be going against Yize for now. So, John now surely is going to have the chance to just try and take the red into the left corner. 31% of the table time, 69. in favour of Jiang there. So just trying to get one of those reds to be closer to the left corner. Yize probably is going to be entering that desperation phase pretty soon. But he needs to be taking the red with a long shot no matter what happens. Play for the black, and then if he gets himself a chance, he needs to play for the free ball as well. So then, is he going to be taking this one? He will be. Played this one super well. Probably a bit too late though. 2 sneakers that he needs to find, and that's not going to be easy mission for him to try and go on about the business. Although he is going to have a couple of those reds right next to the pink. I mean, had he been straighter on black, which is a lot to ask of how difficult of a shot he had to play previously. Once again, he's going to have to try and do something different here, holding the cue ball back massively away from the black. Try and get himself lined up for the red to be taken into the corner. Ooh, he's taken all the pace away from the black, which was risky. Managed to make it work though. Got the black in, still has the cue ball to be positioned nicely for the red. About to be taken into the left corner. So play this one through the cue ball. Get yourself lined up for the black. Whatever you do though, don't make it into the front jaw. And he's taken into the front jaw. But because he played that with so little pace, just about drops the red in, which I still thought was a bit weird because of how much of that front jaw was actually taken away there. But this is now going to be all or nothing. For this frame certainly, but maybe for the entire match as well. If he finds himself 3-1 down, I'm really going to have to say it is going to be a massive struggle for him to be trying to climb his way back here. But now it's a shot for the frame. That cue ball needs to be super tight to the pink, and the red ideally wants to be super tight to the brown. Decent play. Not going to say anything more than that. The cue ball is going to be right in behind the pink, and the red is going to be right at the top end of the D there. So let's see what is it going to be there. No chillings then, and come back fresh after the break. Yes, well, we'll see. Like, probably if he hits it first time, or if he's able to reestablish the momentum, then that's probably going to be too much of a task there for Yize. But with a red, there's always going to be a conversation to be had that if you take this one well, in terms of if he misses it, well, for Yize, I mean, it's a free ball, very much waiting to happen. And then from that point onwards, he could still be back to 2 frames each there. So I can understand the patience of Yize not conceding, despite dropping that cue ball. And if Jiang is taking 30 seconds on the ordinary shot, you probably would expect him to be taking 2 minutes here. By the way, let's have a look how... Well, it's been 90 minutes since the match has started, and that's not really too good of a look for Jiang, because as much as I say, it's justifiable because it's winning, but, well, I mean, is that a fair shot? No, honestly, that's a weird one, that, because that's a weird shot there played by Jiang, and I have to say, I don't often say this one, but I am going to say it, there was no attempt for him to hit this red at all. There was no attempt from him at all. He knew what he was doing very well there, and all he had to do was to get that cue ball into a line where there wasn't a free ball available. That's a bad shot, that is. I mean, you're not going to be able to take this one to the court, but I know what he was doing because of the way that he was playing it into the right side cushion first, then into the left side, and then once again he was so far away from that yellow, and so far away from the red as well that, I mean, that's borderline to me. And that's not really good sportsmanship either. Do just, well, I mean, you can't really do that on YouTube. If you could, everyone would do it, but you can't be doing that. Your stream would be shut down in no time at all. But yeah, anyway, free ball is going to be out of the question for now because the red and the black is going to be taken. So Yize is clearly just going to try and get the snooker lined up in behind the brown. But I do have a bit of a question asked there in relation to how fair of a shot that was from Jiang, because I can understand sometimes you can get that one horribly wrong, but he wasn't even aiming towards the red for me. He was aiming it into a specific spot where he knew he wasn't going to give a free ball away. Now then, forget about it. 27 points behind, 25 remaining at the table. Can he try and judge the pace of the cue ball perfectly well? We might have got a bit of a helping hand from the black. Let's see if he's left it to be available from the black ball cushion, because if he hasn't, there's more than enough room for this one to be taken all the way and around the green. I'm going to have to wait and see if that's going to be the case though. Because, well, it's quite far away from the right side cushion, which is going to be the prime objection point for him. And it's quite close to the left corner though, so if he tries to take this one all the way, I mean, once again, there's going to be enough room for him to miss this one. So your probably best chance is going to be taking it through the right side rail. But, you know, the previous shot, if my theory is correct, that there was no genuine attempt to try and hit that one, then it needs to be one here. Otherwise, there are going to be enough points on the table for Yize to try and take it away there. And in the end, clearly, there was a genuine attempt to hit the pink, to hit the green, sorry. Now he's going to be leaving a position away for Yize. So, of course, that was the realistic chance for Yize to try and do all the damage straight away. We may have done it now again. But once again, that green is just not being away from the left side cushion enough there. So what's it going to be for him? And I feel like this is going to be probably 1 out of 10 shots that you can miss if you take the cue ball all the way into the ball cushion. But it's still a good effort that, because at least Jiang can't get a clean contact on the green. And that always is going to be a bit of a boost there to the chances of Yize to be getting a new snooker lined up. And that's what I was talking about. Very close to the black here. And I tell you what, he's knocking on the door there. He is certainly going to be knocking on the door. And if he tries to get that cue ball to be closing behind the black, all he needs to do is to make sure that the green is going to be slightly further away than it has been before. Now, has he judged this one well? I'm not sure about it. It feels like he might have done that, but I feel like he may have actually left the swerve on as well. I mean, he's having a good look at this one. Is he going to be able to swerve around it? I mean, probably knows the answer. Clearly, the black is going to be enough of the way. So, 2 cushion escape, you would think, from the left side, then onto the ball cushion. And now 27 points. Could still very much be there. If it is a foul shot from Jiang's point of view. Once again, taking loads of time on the shot. Trying to calculate all the angles that he possibly can. And, of course, needs to be aware of the free ball as well. Oh, just about catches that green by a fraction. And once again, he may leave a chance for Yize right now to be taking this green into its own pocket and try and do it on the brown. Let's see if he's going to try and go for that. He hasn't. So just trying to get that green to be in behind the pink, the brown and the blue. Has he managed to get that snooker though? It's a good effort once again. But you feel like he probably wasn't too close to it this time. And there is going to be the edge of the green for Jiang to try and get that cue ball through onto. Still approaching now 2 hours of pure playing time, and still no sign of frame before ending. Just at this stage though, and could have been a really dangerous snooker that Jiang could have lined up on Yize instead. Is this going to be a chance here for Wu to try and do exactly the opposite and finally find the target here? As I say, I feel like if he's not sure about it, he can always just try and pot the green. But this is a really good effort. This is a really good effort, that, and all he needs to make sure is that there's not going to be a gap in between the blue and the brown for that cue ball to be heading towards. Frame time is going to be approaching half an hour. Oh, I tell you what, this is really tight. And he's got such a limited option in terms of trying to play it off the side cushion. The green is on the cushion, but it's way too close to the cushion for it to be a big sort of let-off area. Average shot on the break, you see 20 seconds for Yize, 30 seconds for Jiang. And he hasn't got the contact on the green. Once again, just about, but gets it in the end. But you feel like Yize has got him on the ropes now. And eventually, if he keeps knocking on the door like that, he should be able to get this second snooker as well. And then it's purely going to be down to just getting those 5 colours in. And then it could still be a real opportunity for Yize to be heading towards the intermission, with it being 2 frames each. In the meantime, taking a bit of time on this green. Once again, always has got the opportunity to try and pot it. But he's looking to try and land The final blow there in behind the blue and the brown. Has he managed to do it even better this time? I'll tell you what, it's really close to being even more of a difficult snooker than the previous one. And I tell you, yes, this one is going to be quite a nasty for Jiang to try and make his way out of, because last time around, the green was perfectly on the cushion. This time, it is quite far away from the cushion, so there is technically going to be a way for you to get past the green. So is he going to be playing this one with a bit of a hidden hope to make sure he doesn't leave a free ball away? Well, 27 points ahead, 25 at the table. Let's see what's going to happen. And he's missed it. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? It's not going to be a free ball unless he drops it into the middle. And, well, all of a sudden, Yize can try and win this frame here. I said he was knocking on the door. He was playing all the brilliant shots there. And once again, after he dropped that cue ball, just proves it. Never give up. You know, he was something like 59 points down with only 51 available to him. Now, dropping this cue ball to be perfectly on the black ball cushion. Someone should tell him he doesn't need any more snookers, but he's probably about to find one. That's close. But more importantly, Jiang can't afford to be just leaving this green over the pocket. 2-2 will be a massive momentum shift. Well, he can try and achieve that now. He's ahead by 23 points. Jiang and Yize is only behind by 23 points, of course, here as well. 25 points available. A thin cut on the green. Should be a bit of a response there available for Jiang. So once again, at least he's able to put that green safe and onto the left side cushion. Let's see what he's going to be doing from here onwards, though, because, as I say, if he takes that green all the way onto the right side rail, bounces it off the left side cushion as well, he could be positioning that one nicely onto the black ball cushion here, which is exactly what he's done. So, pretty well judged there by Wood, because it was an easy shot for you to play. Always a risk of getting that green to be too close to the left corner and not bringing it all the way to be into the center of the table. So then it is going to be a straightforward transition and trying to find that cue ball to be in behind the black. He won't work out this time. And has he left this green to be available? I'll tell you what, he has. Now this is going to be a real chance for this to be the steal of the tournament by a long margin. What a story this would be. Mark Williams was close against Martin O'Donnell. He couldn't get the pink in at the end. Now Yize has got a real chance to try and take this green away, and he's not able to do so. The balls have gone everywhere, and if he manages to get away with this one, I'll be very surprised that he has managed to get away with that one. A bit awkward cueing there, especially with trying to bring the cue ball closer to the brown, but unable to take the green. In the end, seems to have cost him a little bit, because this green now is going to be gifting an advantage away to Jiang, because technically he can be the player to try and play the first real safety shot and maybe get Yize in a little bit of trouble. Last pot time, as you can see, 15.5 minutes there for Jiang. Of course, Yize is going to have his last pot time slightly more recent, but still probably around 10 minutes or so that we're looking at. And it could have been a lot simpler had he not dropped that cue ball, but of course could have not started with anything and he not managed to find the two brilliant snookers. Oh, he nearly caught that one too thin on the edge, but he's played this shot really well, to be fair. You have to give him credit there. Managed to get the black ball cushion first. So just on a bounce back, getting that cue ball to stay on the black ball cushion. And still, the battle is not going to be over just yet. The green is about to be sent diagonally towards the left corner of the table. So let's see if the blue is going to be in the way. It may well be, you know. The brown is going to be in the mix as well. But I feel like there's just about going to be enough of a gap for John to be seeing the green and having the ability of the cue ball to try and get in between the brown and blue. The answer is no. And John says no. Let's make sure that he's not going to be, well, for himself, that he doesn't leave this green available here. Seems to have gone away with it. So a good shot that you can try and play, trying to get that get that green away from the main pack, but can he try and pot it into the green pocket? He's been knocking on the door for a chance for a while. Is it going to be his moment for the taking? It's a really difficult shot for you to be taking on. He's taken it. He's missed it. Has he managed to get the cover on the blue? It's close. It is really close. I'm not sure he's got it though. And he's going to be super disappointed because he was always leaving that cue for the brown. And he got himself just about enough of a cover for this green not to be possible. Not even sure that he's going to be playable there for Jiang. And well, all the drama in this fourth frame. And still, absolutely no sign on who's going to be the winner here. You know, the way that he gone about the business in the North Wales. Sometimes you see those matches, sometimes you see those frames to be very much the difference in between you losing the quarterfinal and winning the entire tournament. He's gone for a hidden hope. Has he worked out? He certainly has worked out and probably deserved that, as much as I am going to be very much on the train of Yize. You know, he got away with a previous shot. He was fortunate to land himself a snooker. And you can see 12 minutes now we're approaching since the last pot time. Probably 40 minutes that we're approaching on the total frame time so far. And right now he's just going to be trying to put the cue ball to be alongside the brown. And it's a good effort once again there from Wu. Feel like he's left a little bit off the edge of one of those edges of the green to be visible. Let's see if that's the case though. Johnny's going to have another look at the position that he's got ahead of himself. And I'll tell you what, it's still going to be a massive blow for Yize if he is to somehow lose his frame there after giving himself all the hope in the world. Looks like he is going to find himself in a bit of spot of bother. And yeah, just looking to try and get a clean contact on the green, because once again, just repeating myself, just hitting the green is not going to be enough there for Jiang. He needs to try and get it safe. And the way for him to do it, to try and get it safe, is don't leave it off the pocket, which is still a chance. Well, that was reckless. And has he managed to get away with this one? I'm not sure he has. And unless the brown is going to be in the way, there was a reckless double there, which clearly was a bit of an all or nothing. Yize, it is now back to you there. Are you going to be able to punish him for this mistake? It's not going to be an easy shot for you to be taking, especially with the way that you need to try and play for the brown. But you probably feel like, you know, he's been getting away with way too many shots like that. You need to be taking a chance away from him. Yize doesn't think so, and he's played a very risky shot. He needs that green to be perfectly on the blackball cushion, and he's probably going to get it perfectly on the blackball cushion, although I'm still not sure about it. He has taken a very risky line of that green, left it right next to the right corner. The blue was nearly in the way, but in the end, of course, Johnny's going to be looking at a potential cut into the left corner, and if he gets that green to be sort of just nudged towards the pocket, he's got a really good chance of trying to put it at the same time. So then, is he actually taking this one on at all? Because the line doesn't seem like it's going to give away. Yes, he is taking this one on, and he's overcut at this one. Has he left it over the pocket though? This is going to be the most important shot of probably the entire tournament for Yize, because I said it was going to be very difficult for him to come back from being 3-1 down. Well, now he's got a chance if I've seen one. Yes, he's got all the remaining 4 colours to be away from their spots, apart from the pink. But at least he gets himself into a 50-50 on an opportunity here. 38 minutes since the frame has started. Could it be about to end here? If the green is to be taken, the brown is still going to be in the open play. So let's see what the mindset is going to be there for Yize. Is he going to try and take all the power away from the cue ball? He has. So then, has he taken enough of it away? He doesn't want to be behind the blue though. The cue ball is going to be slightly pacey, and I feel like he got himself into trouble. Always with a risk there to try and play that one with no pace at all. And now he is going to have himself snookered on the brown. Frustration, inevitably, but only has got himself to blame. One shot when he needed it. Ooh, that's gone horribly wrong, and I feel like that can be frame conceded at this stage, especially if it is to be a free ball given away. And he's gone from doing all the right things to doing all the wrong stuff in the space of a single shot there. Horrible shot there that he's played, and Johnny's going to be absolutely relieved with the way that he got himself off the hook through no achievement of his own, by the way. He's got nothing to be proud of at this frame. Nearly thrown it away, but at the same time, just when it looked like Yize was going to be the one to punish him, In the end, it's 2 out of 2 there for the players of China to be throwing this frame away. Can he try and finish all the torture to being behind Yize? And he's certainly going to be able to do that now. Gets the brown in at last. And it is going to be a 3-1 of a lead for him to be taking. And the blue is not really going to make any difference. 28 points. You feel like there's not going to be any points for Yize to try and find a snooker. He feels otherwise. And I thought there was going to be a handshake there with the Jiang John approaching Yize so closely, but he was just looking to try and pick up his chalk. So then, 28 points of a difference, 18 at the table. 2 sneakers needed to tie. Surprised that Yize is continuing this frame. I can understand the psychological point, but I can also understand the reality point as well. I feel like he's only going to do, he's only going to be doing more damage to himself at this stage, because if he hasn't managed to do it in 40 minutes and he was so close to it, he's not going to be able to do it on the blue, especially after a double like that is going to be played, and Yize is not going to be sticking around. He's clearly going to be frustrated, but I'll tell you what, you can be frustrated by the style of a play. You need to be frustrated by the way that you've thrown that chance away, that you very much had yourself for the taking. And it's now going to be a 3-1 lead there for Jiang John. That takes that lead against Yize, and is very much advantage John. Yize has got it all to do after the intermission break. For now, it is 3-1 for the underdog that becomes the favourite to be reaching the semi-final.
just to find the loudest tears. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean moon. Memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go? I'll go out of my own way.
Welcome back, everybody, to the quarterfinal here in between Jiang and Yize, and what a difference a day makes. You know, yesterday we were talking about that the matching between Xiaoxington and Stuart Bingham probably had the intermission, or didn't have the intermission, but had the breaks in between those frames as the longest point. Well, you probably have to say that was probably the shortest point of this match, apart from maybe the first frame, you could say that. Yize desperately needs to try and get himself on top, and he's certainly going to be able to do that with brilliant long shots like that straight after the break-off shot by Jiang. And all of a sudden, could this be a bit of a needed comeback from Yize as he tries to take that black straight away? The problem for him is going to be the fact of not having any more reds available apart from the one that he's about to take on right now. Has got the cue ball position to try and do some damage to the remaining reds. Let's have a listen and let's have a watch. The pink has gone all the way to the top end of the table, but I mean, he got himself a couple more of those reds, Yize, but I feel like he's probably not going to be able to have an easy color here. He manages to get, as I say, 2 more of those to be in the open play, which buys him a little bit of time. But to get on the first one of those 2 is not going to be an easy task at all. And I have to say, taking this blue is not going to be either. Look at that, brilliant there. And this could be the sign that Yize is here to play. And potentially we are going to see the first major comeback of the entire tournament. You know, is he going to be Yize to try and turn this one around? Because as much as we've seen all the drama, we haven't really seen big comebacks before. But I mean, that's an absolute carbon copy of a miss that we've seen by Xiaoxington in the 5th frame, in the 6th frame yesterday against Stuart Bingham. And you can see this one certainly wasn't expected by the referee, which looked like was about to put the score up by 1 more point, but probably would not have been expected or anticipated by Yize either. And once again, ever since that break of 80 points, he's got the breaks of 14, 11, 18, and 8. That is hand next to his name. Yet to get to the 20 zone. Scored a load of points from foul shots as well previously, but now leaves a chance away for Jiang. As I say, this was the second red. Well, the first of the 2 reds, I should say, for him to be available. But once again, taking a bit of time on those shots. As we've seen throughout the entire match, this one is going to be taking a minute. And still, once again, he's gone down to hit the shot 3 times. Back down every single time of it. Not too sure. As I say, like, at this point, are you going to have to say that it's tactical? I would love to be watching post-match analysis on this, if they are going to cover it on BBC, because I probably need an expert opinion on this, because I've never seen it before. And I'm not really going to say that I'll miss it if I won't see it again. But for now, he takes a really nice shred away after pretty much 2 minutes since the previous shot was played by Yize. Now they're just thinking about the brown and the green situation here, because the yellow probably is going to be a bit pointless for him. And if you hit that cue ball all the way to the right side rail, you get yourself lined up nicely onto that red to be taken into the corner. Once again, a bit of time taken to probably think about whether you have to try and get the cue ball across to the left part, but whether you want to be heading that cue ball straight into the bunch or not, I have to find out soon. And in fact, we're going to find out right now. Well, I thought so. And then 5 more seconds go by. The green is about to disappear, so he clearly played this one with a positional play in mind, but he seems to have got that one horribly wrong. I mean, he's just about going to be lined up on this red, but I probably have to say it's borderline on not even being worth to be playing now. Average shot time 31 seconds for Jiang, with all the chances that he's had and with all the points that he scored. Very surprised to be seeing those numbers. 20 seconds on average for Yize, and exactly 2/3 of the way in for Jiang to be having the sable time, and exactly 1/3 of the way for Yize. Important shot this red, and he's going to be missing that, so probably one of the, if not the only shot that we've seen an aggression there being played from Yize, and well, very fortunate with the way that the black has gone. I mean, he's managed to get those reds to be perfectly separated away from each other, but he's probably going to still leave a nice little chance away to Yize. It could have been nicer, to be fair. Had the black not gone over the red to be taken into the right corner. And yeah, what is he going to be then? Is he going to try and cut one more red into the corner? I mean, don't tell me he's playing a safety shot, because that would be an absolute cinema for me. And he's tried to cut this one in, and it looks like he's missed it. Well, that was probably the last nail in the coffin from Yize's point of view, because he's not been getting any of this luck at all. And with all the chances that Jiang's had, when he hasn't taken them, it seems like he's never going to leave anything away to Yize either. And it looked like he's left everything before the black has gone into the way of that cue ball and basically ruined everything. Forced Yize to try and go for that risky red. But, you know, he only has himself to blame for still taking that shot on and missing it. So let's see if Jiang is going to have the ability to try and get through to this red in one way or another. He's got a plant, potentially, to be aimed towards that red, right next to the pocket. In the meantime, he can always just try and, well, send another plant, which is going to head that cue ball into a bit of a worse position, to be fair, in terms of control. So let's see what he's going to try and do here. Is it going to be just one of those reds that he'll send? He has. And where's the cue ball going to finish? Anywhere but on top of the pink. And yeah, he's going to be fine for this one. So, once again, a massive advantage here for Jiang after it looked like he's played the horrible shot into the right corner. It didn't even cost him anything, and also it gave him a perfect opportunity to try and take it away here from Yize. And I'll tell you what, he probably wasn't really coming back from 3-1 down if he wasn't winning this frame, but, you know, easily, I mean, and in style, but he's certainly not going to be coming back from 4-1 down, especially the way that this match has gone so far. He'll take a bit of a Watchalong miracle in the International Championship for him to be progressing through to the semi-finals, but in the meantime, the frame is still not won quite yet. The pink is going to be sort of compromised by a couple of those reds, although he's still going to have the blue and the bold colours very much available to him, as well as the pink into some of those corners of the table. So let's see what is it going to be there for the decision-making system here for Jiang. Is he going to try and think about the red that he can try and take into the left middle? Or is he going to be the red into the right corner? Once again, just not sure the way that he wants to be going on about the business. Took an extension. Thought that he didn't need it. In the end, needs to go back for an extension again. So a break of 7 points that he manages to score. Puts him only 2 points behind now as he takes another red. Just about going to be on the right side of the blue. Would have liked to see a bit more of the angle, to be fair. And still, it probably is going to have the ability to try and force that cue ball away from the blue, and using the side cushion as a bit of a helping hand as well. Now play this one with loads of backspin or loads of topspin. It depends on which way you want to go on about the shot. And yeah, he's taking all the easier reds away, though. You should be mentioning that as well, because, you know, as much as it's still an important point that he's able to score, he's doing it through all the easy reds, and ideally it would have been, you know, preferably trying to mix it up with the difficult ones as well. But let's see the way that he needs to be going out about the business, because, as I say, he's got a couple of those reds which, you know, if you clear them out of the way, you're going to be allowing the different reds to be potted without further complications. For now, finds himself with a gap of 10 points there. An advantage of Yize is probably only going to be rising here at this stage. Once again, looking at the way that he's got this situation seemingly under control. But problem is, probably has to try and either hold that cue ball perfectly for the pink, which he's probably looking to do now, trying to create an angle for himself, and try and hold that cue ball back for the pink. So that's what he's done, but I mean, once again, I'm quite curious to see what he's about to do here, because he only has got a couple of plants available next to him. So unless he's going to try and do something to those two reds into the right corner, it's going to be very interesting to see what's actually going to happen here. So he's played that cue ball into the reds. You know, a plan that he's compromised slightly. You know, he's going to have another one, very much looking close to the left corner. So let's see the way that this is going to go now. Needs a good bounce on the cue ball. And also needs that red to be heading straight into the pocket. Ooh, I mean, he's going to be straight on the blue. But this time around, it may just about be on the wrong side of it. And this is probably where the plant of two reds may come into play. Although once again, with the limited availability onto them in terms of visibility, and with the black being in the way, a couple more reds being in the way, it's not quite going to be an easy shot as it would seem on the first sight. 18 points advantage, remember. Still trying to check every single outcome of the potential shot, but it looks like to me he's about to try and play the cue ball just through the blue, get himself lined up for the red to be taken into the right corner, but seems to have left himself with not a lot of the angle. The body language probably actually suggesting that as well that he may have overrun for this one quite badly. And the camera angle probably confirming that as well. The break of 33 points, which probably has to be considered as a bit of a wasted chance there. You know, average shot time once again is going to rise to 32 seconds, and we may see that rise to 33 seconds after this shot is taken. Because whatever you do, you need to make sure that Yize is not going to be coming back to an easy opportunity away. So good news is he's going to have a 23 point of a gap, but surprisingly to me, and that clearly is going to suggest that he's got no other option available, he's going to be taking one of those reds away from the side cushion, which was actually one of the sort of good points about this frame, and the 23 points of advantage that he's got. So then the break is going to end, and once again, it all comes down to Yize and trying to get himself back in the frame. Trying to do something with potentially a long-range weapon very much being available to him. Needs this long shot to go in, and he has got this one in. The cue ball needs to bounce away from the middle, and does he get a good contact on the green? He just about doesn't. So, I mean, it's a wonderful long shot, and it's probably quite fortunate not to sort of repeat the history of Mark Williams after probably his last competitive shot against Barry Hawkins in the 6th frame, in the 5th frame or whatever it was. I felt like it was 5th frame before he's gone 3-2 down despite having a 57 points advantage, but it's a bit of a different story now. Yize doesn't have any points advantage. He's 2 frames down, and he can't afford to be losing the 5th frame as well. Otherwise, to me, he's going to be out of the tournament, and it's going to be just a matter of when, not if. I mean, Yize is a player that probably has taken a bit of experience recently, but he's still very much an attacking player, so I've got no idea whether he's going to try and take this green on or not. And yeah, he decided to play a safe shot, which is a wise decision, but I can understand how difficult of a decision that must have been for him as well. Now, using Jiang's shot as a potential opportunity for him to try and bring another red away from the side cushion. Or is he going to try and get those 2 reds to be disturbed by the right corner? I'll tell you what, this is going to be a very risky opportunity for him to be taken. Has he judged the pace well? Well, he's judged it about perfectly, you would have thought, but the cue was dropped. And that was always the risk. I thought he's judged it really well, but he hasn't. And the cue ball in the end was slightly too pacey, potentially even after he bounced away from the cushion. Now, is this red going to be possible? And more importantly, is Yize going to be able to take it as an opportunity away? There's going to be an eruption of applause on the other table. Let's have a look what happened there. And it's going to be a 4-0 of a gap for John Higgins over Joey Long. I mean, it's taken him a bit of the time, but he's certainly able to make that advantage work for him nicely. Yeah, what's it going to be here then? Decision time for Yize. He needs to try and place that cue ball in the best possible position for him. He's thinking about just trying to place it on the green spot there. Trying to take the red into the right corner. It's not going to be an easy one, but it's a chance that potentially buys him an opportunity to still find himself in as a real threat in this match. He's managed to take a good long ball before. He's managed to take another one here. Brilliant in terms of the red accuracy. Now, how's he going to be on the positional play? And it doesn't look too good here for him. Because once again, as much as he's going to have the opportunity to be taking the brown, is it going to be worth it here? Or is he just going to have to try and play a shot up in behind the yellow? I mean, if he creates himself enough of a gap to just push that cue ball all the way to the right side rail, then he should be lined up nicely on the remaining two reds by that corner. But I feel like he's taken this shot before. He's not going to be able to do the same shot twice. So he's taken the brown and he's missed it. And that will feel like a huge section of disappointment there for him. 17 points down still. You know, Jiang will need a couple of those reds to be taken, but that's probably going to be the only good news that we've seen ever since that opening frame win. And what is it going to be? As I say, I mean, if you're not sure, why on earth would you take this brown on? Just not try and get yourself lined up with a snooker. Force Jiang to be doing all the dirty work. Instead, we're never going to find out the answer to that question. And Jiang is about to take the red into the corner. Didn't have an issue with it. And shouldn't have the issue with holding that cue ball for the blue either. So then, 4-1 very much being on the horizon for him. And let's see how the match is probably going to be taken from this point onwards, because, you know, he will need those two reds, or the red on the left side cushion. Probably will need at least two more of them, apart from the one which is still going to be over the pocket. So about to make it a 23-point advantage. So if you try and head that cue ball all the way down the table, then you should get himself positioned for that red. You need to be taking the black away, because that will free up at least a little bit of space for you to try and play in behind either one of those two reds next to the pink. So once again, 67% of the table time by Jiang, and average shot time still on 32 seconds. With how many safety shots Yize had to play, it's now up to 22 seconds from his point of view as well. But total points still doesn't seem to be at this stage where he has to be. 175 and pretty much stuck there since the start of the second frame. Let's have a look. So yeah, just Jiang asking the referee to clean the white, and the referee saying, well, I will clean it if I can get it out of there. So yeah, he's played a really good shot previously though, managing to split those reds away from each other, and that frees himself up with a potential frame clearing opportunity here, because he only needs those two reds to be taken, two colors as well, the one before the first red and the one after, and then he should be lined up with a nice frame win, making it 4 on the bounce and setting himself up very much on the journey for that semi-final. Once again, not too eager to play the shot first time, so having to get back from the table a couple of those times, and Yize clearly, well, not being a fan of that, as you can understand in the background. But he's had his opportunities, certainly in this frame. He wasn't able to take them, and now it's going to be down to John if he takes this one all the way. I'll tell you what, by the way, I'll be looking forward to seeing if this tactic is going to work against Barry Hawkins. I have to work out the way that the format of this match is going to go. So then 52 points is going to be the points scoring there for John. So 32 points is the advantage. Just try and take the blue away into the left middle. Get yourself lined up for this red to be taken into the right corner at the same time. So now ahead by 37 points. And 43 going to be remaining. So if you take this red away, Yize is going to be needing snookers. And we've seen that he was able to find 2 of those in the previous frame, but it feels like it was a long time ago now. And now will be a very much a difficult situation for him to try and get himself out of once again. So then if you take the pink into the left corner, you're going to have to try and find that cue ball to be heading all the way across to the top end of the table, and just try and position himself onto the left side cushion nicely. So once again, another break of 27 or something points. Still going to be better than anything we've seen from Yize though. Had so many of those opportunities though to try and get that score sheet count of the frames won at least up to 2. Instead, it looks like it is going to be 4-1 down after the first 5 frames. That's certainly going to be the case now with Jiang taking that last red. There's not going to be any sense for Yize to be pursuing those snookers. And now is black about to be taken into the right corner. Let's see the way that will potentially witness another total clearance here. So 35 points right now. Could still be a break of 62 points for him to finish this frame on a high. And then it will be all down to Yize to try and find 4 frames on the bounce there for him to be seeing Barry Hawkins in the semi-final appearance. For now, I have to say it's still advantage Hawkins because he's been way too consistent so far in this tournament for him to be crumble like that. And really disappointing performance from Yize. Full credit has to go to his opponent. And still felt like this was going to be a one-sided match, but probably in the other direction of the opposition player of the Jiang. For now, he's got himself a chance to get this total clearance underway. They're about to take the pink into the right corner. Played for the black, holding that cue ball nicely. So then the break of 55 points and counting, about to be turned into another break of 60 plus. And, well, it won't be the case because the cue ball is gone, but it won't really matter. It is 7 points given away to Yize, but that's probably the only good thing about the previous 4 frames. And a 1-0 of a gap that he had has been turned into 4-1 of a deficit. It is now massive advantage to Jiang, and he's got 1 and 2/3 of a leg in the semi-final appearance. But there's always a chance for something. You know, 110 currently are the odds, 7 for Yize to be the winner of this match. And if you feel that that's not really going to be good enough for Yize, then think about Joey Long. He's got 34.0 in relation to John Higgins. That has got 1.005 for him to be playing Jack Nazowski in the semi-final. So, yeah, as I say, been a lot of the action. Whether we're going to see a lot more of that from Yize remains to be seen. Unexpected, yes, certainly. Not a lot you can say from Yize's point of view. Just not good enough, not up to the standard that he's been showing on so many occasions previously. And now it's all going to be down to 4 frames in a row or nothing. 75% still in the poll have gone for him to be the winner. Probably very unlikely to be the case right now. But, you know, there's always a chance. 4-0 up was the gap of Jack Lisowski against Stuart Bingham. Stuart, despite playing not well at all, was able to get 2 of those frames back. And you have to say, if Yize is able to do that, you never quite know. You may still give him the benefit of the doubt of trying to come back and force a decider. And then, you know, it's going to be anyone's game for the taking. But before then, we are going to have 3 very comfortable frames for Jiang, because the way that he plays the game, I mean, if the gap was 4-3, you probably still have to put him down as a favourite for this match. And in the end, that's probably going to take a decider for Yize to change that sequence. And just having a look on table number 1, as I say, it's all the intermission for now. As the 4 frames in the match of Joey Long against John Higgins finished after hours. So the match is yet to get restarted in that point. And we're about to start the 6th frame here. And it will be Yize to break. Once again, at this stage, you have to say every shot that he plays may well be his last one. So you better play well. Now, how's the break going to be looking? It's looking good. No more of those loose reds coming across to the top end of the table. The cue ball to be pretty close to the ball cushion as well. But we've seen it once again from Jiang because, you know, as soon as the frame was out of the picture for Yize, he was able to play those shots with great pace. Pot success is still going to be 92%, which is not too great, but it's not too bad either. 83% is quite below average there for Yize. Now total points, as you can see, 182, plays 356, so double the points, but, you know, quadruple the number of frames that he's managed to win. So then Jiang just refusing, a minor risk of a long rep potentially available to him. Just trying to send that one across, and I feel like that's probably going to be the way for him to try and start this frame, and probably start any other frames as well. Just make sure you frustrate Yize to the extent that he will be the first player to blink. Because, as I say, I mean, certainly at 4-1, 4-2, probably even at 4-3, you can be just leaving him those opening chances away. and then just wait until he misses one of them. It's a risky tactic, but I feel like probably today could be the one that works out perfectly for you because, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, he's managed to win 4 frames of this tactic. He's still yet to have a perfect opportunity of his own, and that's why there has to be a bit of a criticism from Yize's point of view as well. He's going to be leaving this one down to the second attempt as well, as one of the first foul points given away here in favour of Yize. But once again, he can't put it all down to luck. And you have to put it down to Yize not being able to take those chances that, you know, have been pouring his way sometimes. Not so much on the other occasions, but you can't just put it down to luck when you're losing 4 frames to 1. And this certainly wasn't the story of this match either. The good news is, it's not 5-1, and he still can try and get himself back in this one, but he needs to be here and now, and he needs a couple of century breaks ideally for him to be lined up. For now, the referee and Jiang are going to be trying to get the cue ball sorted, which will take a little bit of time as well. And seems to be happy with it now, so it didn't take too long at last. Off the right side rail once again. Just make sure you don't sort of change the tactic at all. And, oh, I mean, the pace is going to be different. And the line seems to be even worse there for him. So I can understand why Yize is not going to be eager at all to be taking this shot. So then 8 points have come his way, but ultimately it's not about those points. He's not going to have another Jack Jones against Neil Robertson or Judd Trump against not sure who that was. But he was leading by 90 points. May have been Mark Williams, to be fair. Can't remember, last week in the Players' Championship at the quarterfinals. But yeah, it's all about just trying to get himself in with a chance. And the way for him to be doing that is to just try and force Jiang to be changing the line and therefore making a contact to the other edge, which could actually leave an opportunity away. He's taken this one with way too much power than the previous couple of shots. And is he going to be leaving a chance away? He won't. And it is once again going to be a foul and a miss. So 12 points now is going to be the advantage for Yize. Of course, that clearly is not going to have the 3-miss rule applied, which I didn't even mention on the previous shot because I didn't see the warning from the referee. And also you can clearly see that the yellow is going to be covering the main point of contact to the 15 of those reds. So let's still see if he's going to be able to get it in the 4th time. But once again, it's not going to be down to points there, as I say, unless he's going to get to a ridiculous number, which it's close to right now, but I mean more like 40 points to sell, which he'll never do. It's all about just trying to get himself lined up onto either one of those 4 reds. Seems to have changed the line again. Yize is coming back down the table, but this is what I was talking about, and this is not ideal, because as far as I know, Yize, he is going to be taking this red. Could still be his last shot in this tournament, but could still be the shot that kicks in his campaign finally to be the form that is very difficult to stop sometimes. And, ooh, surprised how that red didn't drop, to be fair. Want to see the replay. It was a horrible angle which the camera was showing there, and that's not any better because it doesn't actually tell you if that red contact with the black ball cushion before coming to the jaws. But anyway, the red is missed. You can't change that fact. The good news for Yize, though, is that he's going to be right in behind the black, the cue ball. And it has to be down to a swerve shot now. He can't be playing a cut into the left corner because that will cause chaos. And that's not really the style for Jiang. So maybe just pushing that one off the right side rail, which, I mean, is not really a good option either, because as much as you'll get the red, I mean, at what cost will you get it? And you're going to get yourself a chance to try and take any more points after this red. Come on, how could you miss this red? I mean, I wouldn't say it was an easy one, but I probably would have expected Yize to be taking that one on. So then let's see what Jiang can try and do here. As I say, he's played it off the cushion, which probably was the wrong shot for me. Now he's got a super difficult black to be taken, but he can't be putting this one down to lock if he makes it. The question is, will he? And he certainly will. Brilliant shot there from Jiang. And has he managed to get that cue ball slightly further away from those reds next to the side rail? I guess only time will tell. Oh, he hasn't. That's unlucky. That was a really difficult black that he's taken, and now it doesn't seem like it's going to get him anywhere closer to the finish line. Scoring zone. Well, yeah, it's for him. It doesn't really matter here. If as long as it's not a chance missed and he's just a positional play misjudged, then it's all fine for him because I can assure you he's not going to get 1 or 2 or even 3 or 4 more chances in this match before eventually, in a parallel universe, he does go on to lose. He probably will get 10 more of those before Yize eventually somehow could be claimed to be the winner. You got the first one here though, and as much as I say he'll get plenty of those, you need to make sure that you try and take the first one that comes your way, because with every single chance that you don't take, you know, this could be an opportunity, and the fact that you're getting those chances means that you haven't got yourself over the line. The fact that you haven't got yourself over the line means that Yize is getting on you, and you don't want to be seeing that on your calendar. Just ask Trump, that hasn't even played in this tournament, and he'll still tell you after that international championship campaign, 4-0 down, not a problem, 6-4 win there for Yize. Not sure we've seen anything like that on the tour this season. Ooh, a bit of a risky shot that, although a bit of a nothing shot to be fair, because as much as he was an attempt to try and take the red into the corner, he was nowhere near to be on the black, and he wasn't leaving any of those reds as well. Higgins 4-0 against Jiang. Yes, I knew that, so it was a bit of a weird match, because as far as I'm aware, Higgins didn't have any of those breaks of 50 plus before the start of the 4th frame. I feel like they should be coming back from the intermission now, and they are. So he's got 1 break of 50 plus, and that was the break of 75 points in the 4th frame. So certainly not being one of those high scoring frames either. And yeah, once again, he goes back to Jiang here, 4 points behind, still 139 at the table though. So that's going to be pure dust for him to try and make his way through. Good shot though, managing to control the pace of the cue ball pretty well. Make sure he's not going to be brushing off the edge of those reds. Avoid any sort of fade away of the cloth as well. But firm contact, making sure that there was going to be a gap for him to be creating a little bit of the leeway. And in the end, just allowing Yize to be playing the cue ball away from those reds. So then just having a look at the main pack of the reds here, which probably is going to be consistently sort of spread out of 12 of those reds. 1 more was taken, and 2 more are going to be in the open play. Apart from that, it's probably not going to be any more organization that John can take from this. And in the meantime, he's trying to take that red all the way to the top end of the table. Has he managed to get the cover from the brown? It seems like he has. And he's played this shot super well, to be fair. Because had the cue ball been slightly more to the right of the brown, he would have been leaving it long shot, which, once again, I mean, it has been an absolutely bizarre of a match, because I can guarantee you, if you were to go on about the long shots, you're going to have incredible accuracy from Yize. But, I mean, the number of those shots that didn't really get into anything just because of, you know, different factors, whether it was a bad shot on the next one, the wrong shot that he's played, just trying to go for a snooker in behind one of those ball colours, or just getting that colour and then running yourself out of position on the red. We've seen it all. The only thing that we haven't seen is a good break there, which is weird because there is technically a highest break of 80 points, but for it to come in the 1st frame, the only one that Yize has managed to win, and for him to go on such a downhill ever since is weird, but that's snooker for you. Nothing is guaranteed. Placement issues. Yeah, I mean, there was a point to it, but I feel like when you play so many of those shots, I've tried to sort of think about it, because 2 of them, he got nowhere near the colours. Then 2 of them, I can easily tell, probably even more than 2, he was absolutely perfect on the bowl colours. And then, you know, there's been a couple of chances where he's taking that red. He had a bit of a 50-50 on whether he should be taking the colour or not. And he's taken the colour. It didn't really get to anything. And it just seems like everything is going against him. But he's not really helping the case either. Once again, he's got a long shot available. A bit of a bad shot from Jiang. 18 minutes since his last pot time. Is he going to be the last of the missing pieces? Remember, he's got 12 points, but he didn't score any of those of his own. And he's choosing the easier red, really, which is understandable, because The other one has got the high risk of the cue ball being missed. Played this shot super well though, and that's the Yize that we know. And usually those type of shots win you frames, especially if your Yize are playing well. But let's see what's it going to be. He may still miss the black off the spot here, just because he has to bridge over another red. And take a couple of seconds on this shot. Make sure the black is going to disappear into the right part of the table, and he will. But once again, I mean, like, the problem with those type of breaks there, as much as, yes, you could say he's got a fantastic chance to make a century break, he can make a 200 break, but you still wouldn't really get him closer to winning 4 of those frames on the bounce, because you feel like you need to do that 4 times on the bounce, and, you know, 25% is nice, and he's not even there yet, but you feel like the damage has already been done, and it's going to be super difficult for him to be coming back from this. But if you talk about this frame, then he certainly has got all the tools for him to try and get that gap down to a minimum. No, sorry, not to a minimum, but to a 4-2 of the difference, although he's just playing a bad shot there, getting that cue ball to stick perfectly to those reds. After taking the black into the corner, now he's got 20 points of advantage. So let's have a look the way. Wow, this is really awkward for him. As much as the red is in a straight line, still, you could expect this one to be missed, although he won't. And he's played this one absolutely spot on. So once again, able to recover, and ability to recover sometimes can be just about as important as playing all the perfect positional play shots, because, you know, we've seen that with Jack today, where he wasn't able to get himself perfectly over the line. And you feel like if Bingham was playing better and that gap wasn't a 4-0 down, then it could have been a bit of a different story. In the end, it is another great shot there by Yize, getting a little bit of the contact in between those 2 reds. But in the end, with the contact that he made, he probably cleared up around 4 of them at the same time. Just get 1 of them out of the way of the other 2. And then he's now managing to get this cue ball lined up on the red, which he's about to take himself. A break of 25 points, which probably hasn't happened since that opening frame of a break. Now, can he try and take it into something special? Just needs to make sure, from his point of view, he keeps Jiang as well, as lazy as he possibly can. Just make sure he's not doing anything when it comes to potting those reds and colours. And when it comes to the safety play, just try and go there with the flow. I was pretty surprised and pretty impressed with how sort of patient and how steady he was with those opening safety battles. Yes, you could say that was very much a weird mistake from Jiang, but still, he had a really difficult long red to be taking, and he managed to do, as I said at that time, all the damage to Jiang in the first shot there, with how well we managed to knock out the other red away from the path of the cue ball, get himself lined up nicely on the black, and now just trying to get the full result here, very much to go in his favour. The break of 40 points to go his way. 44 points is the advantage. 99 still at the table, but he probably could easily clear up the table here if it goes the right way. Once again, none of those reds are going to be in the problem position, so it's all going to be just down to complacency issues and taking your eye off the pot too early. You can afford to do that by the point that he's 70 points clear or something. But before then, make sure you take your time on those shots. And even if you don't, make sure you get them in the pockets, because Jiang just needs to feel a little bit of pressure. As much as he had that opening chance, he was never really close to getting over the line. You know, he's played that really good black into the corner, but he was always going to be having himself limited to just 2 of those reds available. So you're going to get 25 points out of that, and probably not more, with the way that the safety battle has developed since then, and allowed Yize to be getting this chance here, which is trying to convert into a frame-winning break, placing the rest very carefully in between the yellow and pink, sentence that you probably wouldn't have a commentator saying too many times in the match. The pink has gone onto the yellow spot, which is going to be the only vacant spot right now, and the yellow has gone closer to the center of the D and manages to take the shot pretty well. So 52 points now is the advantage, 83 at the table. And if he's going to be able to take the black into the corner, just make sure you take the easy reds first. And didn't really help his case the fact that he's played that one with the reds still being available into the left middle. but at the same time, 59 points of advantage, 83 remaining. It is going to be down to just trying to take this red into the left middle, playing that cue ball back for the black. And he gets himself into 60 points of advantage. So the black and the reds will get him over the line here, technically, with one snooker needed at that point for Jiang. And once again, he can be done. And Yize certainly still has got the technique and the game to be doing those sort of frames. The problem is, he just doesn't seem to be doing them on a consistent basis. And it could still very much be the story of Zhao Xingtong, because remember, he won the first frame, he's then gone on to lose 3 more. He won one frame back, but still crumbled in the 6th frame, and Stuart Bingham managed to take that one pretty comfortably. Apart from this one being first to 5 and not first to 4. And Yize going for a really risky shot on a frame ball. I'll tell you what, I mean, he's got now 68 points of advantage with 67 at the table. Hasn't really played for the black too well, but at least he's managed to take this red away into the yellow pocket. Now just make sure this black goes in, and that will give him another boost of confidence. Though this is now going to be really tricky for him to try and find the ideal cut on the black. And where have these shots been previously? Well, certainly came in this frame. It's now ahead by 75 points, and that should kill the frame off. But, I mean, Jiang is, known for his safety play, so probably will come back to the table still. And that's why Yize was trying to take this red into the corner. And in the end, it is going to be Jiang making his way back onto the table, although he finds himself snookered despite having 5 reds available in the open play. So then the break of 71 points and Yize a chance to try and survive another frame. In the meantime, Jiang needs to make sure he avoids the cannon onto one of those reds, doesn't leave it as an available chance for Yize to be taking into the right corner. Not sure he's done that. He's looking at the plant as well to try and take into the right middle. Of course, he is going to be very eager to try and end this frame, but yeah, surprised with that, and surprised in a positive way. He's just going to be putting the black onto its own cushion. Can Yize win? Well, he certainly can win this frame, but don't know about the next couple of frames. I will still expect this one to go the way of Jiang, 5-3 probably being the most likely of the scoreline, but if he goes beyond that, for all, it is going to be a real good chance for Yize to try and turn this one around. In the end, very rarely you see, 4 reds being visible to one of the players, and yet he still decides to try and play it off the cushion. Don't know why, don't know what he was trying to achieve with that, but he certainly achieved him being snookered on those 5 reds here. Been a really interesting but a weird match at times as well. And this frame is now going to be conceded, so Jiang is not going to have too much of a pursuit of those snookers. And in the end, he finds himself still in a comfortable position, but not quite as comfortable as he was on the previous occasion. It is now Yize 2, Jiang 4, and he's still advantage to the world number 81, but it's the world number 14, which seems to be just picking up the pace. And talk about picking up the pace, 5-0, very much on the horizon there, it would seem. And John Higgins seems to be running away there. I mentioned the only whitewash that I can remember in this tournament, barring the first round, which had 32 matches, was David Gray's loss to Yize. In fact, let's have a look how those matches have been going so far. But John Higgins has got a really good chance to try and make it 2 that I can remember, and make it a 5-0 win against Joey Long. For a second there, I thought that he's going to be raised to 6, but of course it's not going to be. And so Higgins finds himself in that perfect situation. So as I say, the David Grace was the only whitewash yesterday. The day before that, we've seen Jiang actually, a 4-0 win against Yuan Zichun. For whatever reason, I read that as a decider. So certainly got that one wrong. That was the only whitewash, by the way, in that day as well. And let's have a look. Chang Minyu, obviously that famous win against Sean Murphy. Joey Long against Alexander Ursenbacher. And then we had Stan Moody against Jimmy Robertson, another whitewash. And that seems to be it there. Gary Wilson against Amir Sarkosh. And that certainly brings that count to the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And about to be made 8 there by John Higgins, you would see him. And I'll tell you what, for the Home Nation series, it's not going to be quite as bad because it's first to 4. So it's one of those things. You're never going to get a whitewash like you would if it was a first to three of a battle, but they're about to get one now. And once again, still, John Higgins has got a 4-0 lead and nearly a 5-0 lead, despite only having one of those breaks to be over 50 points, 75 points of a break that he scored in the previous frame. About to make it 2 though, with an approaching a break of 48 points here. And we're about to start the 7th frame here as well. Jiang had a break-off shot. And Yize is going to be coming back to the table, which is another bonus for him. Probably would have taken that on the previous frame, no matter what happened in that particular frame. And once again, has got the position very much covered up, which I probably have to say is going to be more to his advantage. On 2 points, really, because he just makes sure that he's not going to be going for anything risky, but also he just ensures that he's going to be heading towards a safety battle, which, as funny as it sounds, has probably been one of his strongest attributes so far in the match. And one of the weakest has been his point scoring record, which, like, when you say these sentences together, you probably feel like you're describing anyone, but not Yize. But, you know, sometimes that's the story of snooker. And you can expect the unexpected, especially when the underdog comes against a massive favourite. The acknowledgement, by the way, from Yize on the shot that he finds himself to try and play. The cue ball off the left side to try and get those reds to be heading towards the right corner. And if the cue ball is going to be heading towards a safe spot, that's all he needs to worry about. As long as he doesn't leave those reds over the pockets. And, well, left corner is yes. Right corner, not so much, because he manages to get that cue ball to be pretty much on the same line there as that red, but I mean, it's still potable. The problem for Jiang has to be, and that's going to be relevant to Yize as well, if he gets this chance, the pink seems to be in a horrible position, only possible into the left middle if it is possible, and then the black seems to be covered up even more, with a very limited availability into the right corner, but certainly none of that into the left part of the table. It's one of those shots that I will say before he takes it, it's a weird one because it's just bugged down a bit last second, but I was going to say, you can't really win for me on those shots and watch him clear up from the table from this. But it's one of those shots, you can't leave it there, but if you take it, you are going to be sending that cue ball into the unknown zone, and I just feel like you're putting too much on the line here for no reason. The red is taken, but as I said, I mean, you could see this one coming. Unless that pink, by the way, I mentioned that pink is going to be potable into the left middle. Unless that is the case, he massively got away with that one. But I feel like that won't be the case. And then he just put a massive risk of a shot for absolutely nothing. And a bit of a weird one from Jiang, because, as I say, as much as you probably don't want to leave that one on, there was no value in taking that red whatsoever. And can he take the blue? 4-2 up. Higgins, by the way, making his way off the arena. And he's certainly going to be playing against, let me just think about it, Jack Lisowski. That's going to be a very interesting matchup indeed. So let's see which one of them is going to be in the afternoon. Which one of them is going to be making the evening session. Of course, if Yize is to get himself through to the semi-final, then I'll be doing that match no matter what against Barry Hawkins. But if it's going to be Jiang's story, then I have to reconsider that. And Jiang probably heard me and said, I want you to be doing the semi-final, so I'm going to miss that blue by an absolute mile. And I'll tell you what, I'll be here for it. But we're going to need a couple more misses like that. Once again, not cheering against him, but just saying that certainly I want a bit of a chance there for Yize, because I feel like he certainly deserves one in this frame. He's now left the red over the middle. Well, I'll tell you what, this is now going to be a perfect practice table in the making for Yize. Usually, he'd be taking this one with his eyes closed, but today's Yize probably not been the usual form of his own. But as I said, 4-3, that's going to be the last frame, which will see Jiang as the favourite. Anything after that is going to be anyone's match for the taking. And he's had a bit of a quiet frame recently, and now he's going to be put to the real test, sat in his chair, trying to hope for a mistake there to come from Yize. Now a break of 8 points. Still, the reds are going to be positioned absolutely perfectly. Some of them in the way of each other, yes, but you're always going to get that with 13 reds. You know, the pink still out of position. The blue is over the pocket. The black is about to feed up into the both left and the right corner as well, which will help the chances of Yize. And as I say, before he takes that black, he's always going to have the blue available for himself to be taking. Oh, I mean, anything but there really from the cue ball, because the blue can still be taken. It's way too close for the pocket, but that's going to be a bit of a nightmare shot to try and justify the pace of the cue ball. No wonder he's taking a bit of time there. I mean, I'll tell you what, I'll tell you this before he takes this shot. Nothing is guaranteed to be on a positional play here. And he's probably pretty lucky that he's got 12 reds to be aiming for. That he managed to head that cue ball past all of these reds, which certainly helped the case. And that certainly saved the frame for him. Saved the break, I should say. Now, 13 points to the advantage. The blue is about to go on his spot, which, as much as he was over the pocket, probably was one of those things that you just want to get it over and done with. Put it back into its usual spot. Make sure that the black is now going to be possible into the left and the right corner. And then you never know. 110 it was, and 7.0 for Yize to be the winner. I'll tell you what, if he takes this frame away, he certainly wouldn't be 7.0 from that point onwards. And it probably won't be the case until it is confirmed that John has won this frame and won the match, therefore. For now, he's got endless count of reds available to himself. And yeah, I probably should start saying that, you know, I won't be doing the second semi-final if Jiang makes it through, because the way this match has gone, first to 5, it's been, what has it been now? 3 hours? Unbelievable. It's been 3 hours since the match has started. It only feels like it's been an hour and a half, but that's the way that he's dragged on for a while. Now then, the break of 30 points. Can Yize try and finally find his gear and just concentrate on what he's going to be doing? A break of 71 points in the previous frame. Now the break of 31 points and counting. Just putting one frame away from catching Jiang, and that will probably put him right in the mix there with the odds to be the match winner, especially if he takes this form into the remaining couple of frames. And John will be feeling the pressure now. And of course, that's going to very much impact the way that he needs those shots to be taken. He won't be taking the blue like that very much till the end of the match, let me tell you that for free. That blue was boundary once again on Reckless, and just super close to probably having a shot in his mind to just play a safety in the end. And ooh, a bit of a bad shot there from Yize. They don't really need to cannon that red so much full in the face. It's still going to be on the red, but it's not quite as ideal as it could have been. And that's probably going to be the first real test of the break so far. He's gone to 46 points previously. Is he going to be able to extend it? Yes, he will. He just needs that cue ball to keep running for the blue. I mean, he has put a couple of those reds to be on the side cushion, which probably helps him just to make sure, you know, he's still not going to be in his prime form. So anything that you can take that goes into your advantage, you probably have to take here. Oh, he's about to take the yellow. I'll tell you what, this is one of those shots that you practice enough there for you to be taking 9 out of 10. But still, the actual match time and a bit of a pressure on it as well. And he's missed this yellow. Now, because he missed it, is he going to have the impact on the cue ball? No, he won't. So he's still going to miss the blue. And as I said, you should be making this one 9 times out of 10. But in reality, you're probably going to be making this one 7 times out of 10. And then, well, I said it previously, he's quite fortunate that he has got a couple of those reds to be on the side cushions. But if you break them down and you take them on a one-by-one basis, then they're not going to be as scary as they might seem at first. Because I can easily say that I would expect Jiang to be able to make his way through 6 out of those reds, out of the 7. But the problem is he will need all of them. And that's probably going to be another thing for Yize to consider. You can take them one by one, no problem. Are you going to be able to take all of them away though? He starts with the easy red. But that's probably where the easy stuff ends for him. He needs to try and get that cue ball perfectly behind one of those reds to be taken into the middle. Could have played the shot better, but at least he gave himself a chance. And once again, this is going to be one of the most difficult reds for him to be taking away. The only one on the right side rail. The remaining 4 are going to be on the left side rail. 1 closer to the left corner, 1 closer to the yellow pocket, and 2 more to be right in the mix. And I probably would expect those 2 to be the problem for him. Surprised that he was not trying to take that cue ball with all the pace, just trying to play for the yellow. He's not going to be low on points, but just puts a bit of unnecessary pressure on this shot. and may be forced to try and eliminate their red at the top end of the table. Misses the yellow nicely. Has he got the contact in, oh sorry, the position in between and in behind the red? Yes, he does. So once again, it's another good shot that he's played, but those two reds that he's taken, probably, well, the previous one was difficult, but this one was probably one of the easier ones. And now he takes this one in nicely, although, once again, not perfect on the blue. And of the remaining four reds, as I say, one of them pretty much over the left corner, but close to the side cushion. Another one right next to the pink, and two more to be in between the blue and the pink spots, but also very close to the left side rail. So let's see what he's going to try and do here. He's certainly going to be trying to make things happen. Oh, is he going to work out? He doesn't want the other end to be in the way of his queuing, and it is going to have the other end in the way of his queuing. So, I mean, it's a difficult shot now, which he was always going to get to at some point. He's now behind by 29 points. He's got 59 points remaining for him, but I mean, the problem for this shot is it needs to be perfect, but also it needs to be trying to get that cue ball away from the side rail as well. This one is going to be tricky. And I have to say, from this angle, it looks like he's going to miss it, but let's have a look at the way that he plays it. He's got it. So the angle that I was looking at probably was wrong. So he got himself positioned nicely for the black. Now 28 points a bit different, but certainly the thing that I didn't get wrong is that he is going to be positioned very awkwardly on the black, and he's already looking at the double for his next red. I'll tell you what, the doubles that he's played so far in the match probably were the only ones that cost him the frame. So probably that wouldn't be bringing too good of a flashback memories, but let's have a look. For now, the black needs to be taken, and it's not going to be taken there, so it's a potential double given away to Yize instead. And 28 points. Of course, it's 7 points lost there for him because of the black not being taken with the red. And now, well, you can see a couple of members in the audience were certainly disappointed. The ones that are going to be here as neutrals are certainly going to be delighted with that. Is it going to be the double then? Yize hasn't got the luxury of, having those doubles available to himself. He's still taking it, and he's missed it. Well, the good news is, the bad news is he caught the wrong part of the jaw. The good news is the red is still probably not going to be possible for Jiang, and it's still very much advantage for Yize. 2.5 hours of playing time here in this match. Now then, let's see. If the red is going to be taken with a long shot, then he can go anywhere. And wrong shot to me. Certainly the wrong shot now. I mean, some of the shots that he's played there makes me wonder how on earth he's 4-2 up on Yize. And you probably have to be asking this question to Yize himself. He's probably, and he's certainly now going to have to be winning this frame because he's left the red over the middle. But some of his short selection have been absolutely atrocious. Although if he gets himself in behind the brown and the green, his ones are not going to be too bad, too good either. I mean, surely not. Surely he's going to be able to get through to the brown, or at least have the green to be potted into the yellow pocket. Whatever you do, make sure at least one of those actually is going to work out. He looks like he's just about able to get through to the brown and pot it. And as I say, it shouldn't be any more of a problem for him to get on the last red that he needs. So 33 points right now. He's going to be ahead. 43 remaining. So just this red to be taken. And then the black waiting over the pocket. Jiang, once again, this was the first real chance, but it wasn't still very much in control of this frame. He was trying to chase this frame down, but all of a sudden, it looks like it is going to be only one frame in this match, and Yize manages to do half of the work that he needed to do when being 4-1 down, and he's now going to find himself 2 snookers clear, so not quite 4-3, but 2 snookers clear for it to be 4-3, and that's exactly what Yize is going to be checking on the scoreboard, the situation that he finds himself against Jiang. And let's see what he's going to be able to do with this position here. He just tries to take this red probably along the side cushion, and it's a decent effort, and he's going to leave that red over the pocket, which limits the availability there for Jiang, because if you take this red away, you have to find 2 snookers on the yellow and on the remaining 6 colors. So let me just do a thing real quick, because the stream has gone into roll resolution for whatever reason. Let me just try and get it back to normal. There we go. So yeah, now he's taking the red, so he's about to take the black as well. What he needs to do here is to try and get that cue ball all the way towards the yellow, pretty much as close as he possibly can. And then from that point onwards, he should have a decent opportunity to be playing the snooker, but it's probably going to be frame conceded now. Although he's still going to play this shot at the yellow. He's played a really bad shot, placing that cue ball perfectly to be on the ball cushion. And as much as I say, he's still going to play this shot. Your best chance probably is going to be to pot the yellow, which you won't, but you can try. And then just try and do it on the snooker on the green and the brown combination. 2.5 hours of match playing time. More than 3 hours since the match has actually started. So by far the longest that we've seen in the Welsh Open so far in this season. Jack Jones and Neil Robertson probably has to be an honourable mention. But remember, that match is finished within 3.5 hours time. This one hasn't yet. And you've still got no clue whether, well, when this frame will actually finish. And as I said, that was probably his best chance of trying to pot the yellow, which I still feel like that was something that he was doing. Didn't really work out. Got close, but not close enough. The break of 8 points is going to be the end of him. And Yize has got a chance to try and land that cue ball to be behind the black. He hasn't taken that chance though. So he's trying to go another route, and the line of the cue ball seems to be really good there. And I tell you what, Yize has played some absolutely brilliant safety shots, and this one certainly has to be right in the mix for the very best of the ones that he's played. I tell you what, if you needed a snooker, you're not going to find a better shot than that. And let's see if he's going to be able to get himself out of this situation. He will, but he probably will leave this yellow over the middle. Will he? I'm not sure he will. Just about able to get that yellow to be close to the blue for it not to be over the middle, but still a stun shot on the cue ball. Just take the pace away from the yellow and make sure the cue ball is going to be sticking to the blue. So once again, it is Yize still searching for snookers. A bit of a habit from the fifth and the fourth frames, but all of a sudden now he finds himself in great control for this frame here, with Jiang nearly potting the yellow despite being snookered. But surely right now he is gonna leave this one very much over the pocket. No, he won't. He'll leave Yize to be snookered. I tell you what, the luck that he's been getting so far today has been incredible. Some of this has been pure hard work, but some of it has been just simply unbelievable lucky shots. And Yize was close to try and pay him back with a favour, but it looks like he's going to be able to get through to the yellow. So still no chance of the frame ending right here, right now. And of course, you probably have to say he's going to be looking at the scoreboard, but he may as well be starting to look at the scoreboard at the shot clock as well. This is now going to have to be tactical, because you need to be taking that momentum away from Yize. He just had a break of 60 and 71 points in the previous couple of frames, and you've had pretty much nothing to speak for yourself in those previous frames. The breaks of 8 points on a couple of those occasions, another break of 11 points as well. That's not going to be good enough if you want to try and get yourself over the line. In the meantime, it is Yize just trying to play the safety shot, although this yellow is going to be close towards its own pocket. It's going to be really close. He's going to be very, very close. In the end, just about going to slow down before reaching the pocket. So, not going to have, well, probably not going to have the weight to try and keep this one out of the pocket. So, just try and pot the yellow and try and do it on the green and the brown. So, gets himself 2 points off the yellow, but once again, it's another colour that disappears off the table. And it's another step closer for Yize to try and, for now, force a decider. As I say, he probably should get this frame out of his head, because, well, I mean, some of those shots, once again, as I mentioned, from Jiang have been absolutely atrocious, and yet you can see these body language suggesting before he's played that shot, before the shot is even finished, that he wasn't happy with it, and still finds Yize snookered in behind the paint. So let's see if he's going to be able to get himself out of it. First time, 79% of a safety success. As I say, probably one of the strongest points so far from Yize has been his safety play, and that, surprisingly to me, has been probably one of the weakest points for Jiang as well. Another good shot there from Wu. Manages to edge that green closer to the middle. Giving the turn back to John again here. So looking to try, well, once again, he's got the option to try and pot the green. Whether it will make sense or not remains to be seen. And he says that he was trying to find that cue ball to be in behind the brown. So let's see if it is finally going to be a green taken with a long shot. He's got the chance to try and do it. Once again, bringing that cue ball all the way to the top end of the table. Ooh, whatever he does, he needs to make sure that he doesn't drop it into the corner. And he has dropped it into the corner. So, unforced error. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be pretty happy that he's got two of those snookers as the advantage. Of course, if that would have been only one of them, all of a sudden you could say this is a match-winning opportunity for Jiang, but he's still behind by 27 points with only 25 remaining. But he gets it down to just one more shot like that, and it could be a very different story there because it was completely self-inflicted, and you felt like, you know, it was a really good chance for Yize to try and kill the frame away. Within a second, the cue bounces away from the black, and it's no longer a good opportunity for you. So then the green is about to be eliminated. Let's see the way that the cube was going to be heading towards the brown. Don't really understand the shot for now, but maybe it'll become clearer as the time goes by. Because it looks like he's just sacrificed the color for absolutely nothing, because he doesn't have the position on the brown to try and do anything. He doesn't need to be going all the way to the blue, because he's lacking 2 points, 3 points to win, 2 points to tie. So, yeah, just looks like he clearly didn't have an opportunity to try and do something with that green, but surely you want to keep that on the table, because as I say previously, he's not going to have anything to do with the brown here. So, taking a bit of time once again, just trying to realize what's going to happen. I'll tell you what, well, I'm not sure if it's going to be a bit of a weird thing for me to say, but if Jiang makes it into the semi-final, with all the respect, it'll have to be the final for me to be watching this, because like this is just beyond it, to be fair, because now he finds himself a snooker down and he's just taken 2 minutes on the brown, which he can't really do anything with, and he's probably going to find the most ordinary shot there to be played. Watch him try and find a snooker which will get him 20 points there. He won't, because well, we just played an ordinary shot to try and get that cue ball to be behind the black, but never had the angle to execute that shot. And I feel like Barry Hawkins is probably not going to be the player to stop him in terms of stop him from playing this type of snooker. But I'll tell you what, that is a bit of a anti-snooker, which I call it, because he's not even trying to get this one to be in behind those blues. He just, you know, as much as he was a tactic at some point, you know, whatever you do, don't be taking 2 minutes on those shots. And now he's missed the contact on the brown. Fair play to Yize. Managed to have a really good shot. And now he gets it back to needing 2 snookers on 4 colours. And yet there's not going to be any concession from Jiang there, you would seem. But fair play to Yize. The fact that he's fighting back certainly has got me having a bit of faith in snooker and his future. Now, 28 points is the difference in between Yize and Jiang. So back to John it goes. Now he needs 6 points. So unless he's going to be taking it all the way to the pink, he needs 2 snookers to try and find. And this is now going to be frame conceded at last. When he leaves that brown to be over the pocket, it is now going to be Yize to try and get himself within 1 frame away there off Jiang. And it's now 4-3. Still advantage to the underdog. But the favourite may just be about to crawl his way back to be the favourite once again in this match again, because now it is going to be 150 for Jiang, 262 for Yize. Let's have a look how the remaining 2 frames will actually go there, because I still feel like this is a bit too close for it to be a 150 for Jiang. And yes, it's still advantage to him, and I absolutely agree with that, but the last couple of frames, he's had an atrocious form. Let's have a look at how many points he's actually scored ever since winning that frame of number 5, having the break of 80 points to his name as well. Sorry. How his break 80 points there? I've got it down as 68, so I don't know what happened there. Anyway, highest break 8 points in the 6th frame, and then 36 points that he scored in the previous frame, 18 on the break overall. So, once again, Yize has managed to score a break of 47 points, total points 64 and 71 in the previous frame, 83. So 150 points there into Yize's account, and it was 40 points for Jiang. Could still be irrelevant, as I say. There was a lot of, just trying to roll that cue ball all the way towards the bow colors, away from it and stuff like that, but in the end, that's sometimes still has to be done. We may still be approaching the end game point of the match. Could still be the last frame there. The crowd have certainly left the left part of the arena, but the right part is still going to be here to enjoy the snooker on table 2. The problem is it going to be the enjoyment for Yize's fans, or is Jiang going to be finally able to get himself over the line and get himself lined up nicely with a frame winning opportunity there? Still didn't have that into either frame number 6 or 7. It's now the reds are ready. One of the players are ready. I feel like it is going to be Jiang that managed to come back onto the table, and you can hardly miss Yize because of how tall he is. So he's certainly still going to be waiting for him to make his way back onto the arena. So then 4-3 of an advantage here in favour of Jiang. So it's still, as I say, no sort of real wonder that he is going to be the favourite into the last 2 frames, potentially. Could still be the last frame here. So referee there just stopping Yize, but didn't really realise why, because he stopped him. Then Yize said what happened, and then he just said that just take the break-off shot, which seemed like it was going to do anything. Right then, it's another break-off shot by Yize. The last time he was doing that, he was 4-1 down. Now he finds himself 4-3 down. It has been a bit of a turnaround in the last couple of frames, but it's still not enough for it to be a 50-50 of a game. But at least Yize gets himself into an opportunity to try and set up a very exciting semi-final meeting with Barry Hawkins. As I say, let's have a look which one of those matches is going to be in the afternoon and which one is going to be in the evening, before we see Jiang just preparing to take his shot away. So that's going to be the afternoon match of Jiang and Barry Hawkins, potentially, if he is to find one more frame win. Could still be Yize if he finds himself to be winning 2 more of those frames. In the meantime, Jiang has taken a bit of a risky shot once again. Had to make sure that red has gone over the edge of the left middle, so he wasn't potable. And at the same time, Yize clearly realising that playing the patience game has worked out with him before. Ooh, didn't really need that double kiss on the paint though. Seems to have got away with it. But that was a bit too risky, and as much as he's managed to win 2 frames in a bounce, he still can't afford to be using the word risk next to his name, very much until we get to the decider. Because at that point, it will be risk for anyone, because no one will have the advantage when the frame starts, and he'll be purely down to class and form, which is going to be probably on the side of Yize at that point, but still the chances are always going to be even when the frame starts. 85 pot success, so 85% for pot success. Still somehow it's gone down for Yize. It was 88% previously. 90% for Jiang, gone down as well. Long pot success, 58% for Wu, and 60% for Jiang there. Ooh, this is going to be a chance for him to try and boost that number though. He's left the red quite close to the right corner, and I tell you what, this is such a carbon copy of the previous shot, of the previous frame there. But I said last time around, there was no way for that cue ball to be getting past the danger zone. The fact that he's got so much of a space before it reaches those reds means that he can try and put a lot of power on this shot. And he also feels like, to me, if he's going to be able to find the gap in between those reds, that cue ball is going to be heading nicely to be lined up into one of those 6 colours. So let's see what's it going to be there for Jiang. Let's see if he takes it first. And he's managed to take it. Is he going to be on the collar? Yes, he will be. Massive slice of luck, though, for him to be getting the cannon off the red. But this is now finally an opportunity which he's been waiting for 2 frames, which he needs to try and get himself lined up with a frame winning break there. Still not ideal. It's not quite as easy of a position as we've seen in frame number 6. But it's probably easier than what we've seen in frame number 7 as well. because of the way that he's got so many of those reds available to start with, and then he's going to be able to build on that forward. Once again, doesn't seem to be happy with the way something's going on with his cue. So he just wants to get back from the shot and try and hit it again. So backspin on the cue ball, try and hit the pink towards the right corner and take all the pace away from the cue ball, get himself lined up for the red to be taken into the left corner. And he's actually played for the red into the left middle, so he's trying to get all the easy reds out of the way, which is fine to do when you only need one more frame, because he's going to be down to the last 75 points or so that he needs to score, barring foul points. And then just looking to see if the pink is going to be possible, which it clearly won't be. So not too sure. He clearly was looking at something else there, but clearly pointing his cue at the pink. Maybe just potentially looking at the pack split there in a couple of shots time, and the way he needs to be taking that one across the table and into the pink. For now, getting himself lined up for the black to be taken into the right corner. So we're bound to make it 15 here in terms of his points advantage, but the black still could have been easier for him. It's not quite on his spot, and that has to be taken into account. So just make sure you don't make the same mistake as a couple of frames ago, where you caught the front jaw. This time he's played it with power, and certainly didn't have any of the jaw to be in the way. Now 15 points advantage, as I say, still having 3 more reds at least to be available next to his name, and then that's where things might start to get problematic. But at this stage, it's still pretty comfortable there for Jiang, because this is going to be, as I said, the last frame where he finds himself as the favourite. And also, this is going to be the frame where he finds himself as the first player to get the first real chance of the, well, point scoring opportunity here. So 16 now points once again. That shot time is going to be heading through the roof, but you can understand why it will be. Looking at the plans into the left corner, I'll tell you what, I mean, I said he's got 3 reds, which is going to be down to 2 now, but he's got so many of those reds which are going to be close to being a perfect plan there. Jiang plays slowly as Allen. Well, he does, but I probably have to say Mark Allen plays a lot quicker than that. Liselski versus Hawkins final is coming, potentially. Probably unlikely, because Higgins should be able to be a real challenge to Jack, especially if he plays just like the way that he's managed to play against Joey Long there. But it is going to be the high-scoring battle. You're just going to have to wait and see on who's going to be able to come out on top. For now, it's a black to be taken for a 31 points of a cushion. And this is where things might start to get interesting, but is he going to have the angle to try and force the cue ball onto the right side of the table? Because if he does, actually getting lined up nicely onto a couple more of those reds. Ooh, I mean, he's trying to take it for the top red, which I thought he might leave, you know, and just try and do it off the right side of the table instead. Well, let's see what he's going to have to do here. Because if he takes the red into the right corner, then it's purely going to be down to the way of the cue ball. Just, you know, play for either black or blue. Ideally, you want to be taking this one and be on top part of the black here. Because that point onwards, it allows you to have the angle to set that cue ball up once again for the right part of the table. So then a break of 32 points, and it looks like he's played the bad shot again. Clearly happy with himself. And it's now going to be 37 points of the advantage. So if you take the blue into the right middle, you should still have a decent opportunity to try and get that cue ball onto the right side rail. Once again, 37 points here. I mean, he's got the plant available, and that's probably what he's going to be playing for right now. But there is going to be a bit of the distance in between the cue ball and those 2 reds. I mean, he's trying to probably realize if there's going to be anything that can try and make this shot go wrong. The answer probably has to be negative, but I have to wait and see what's going to happen. Is he going to be all the way there, or is he going to be another twist? So the reds are going to go straight into the pocket, but the cue ball is still going to be quite short on the blue. So, yeah, let's see the way that this is going to go now for him. Because he's certainly going to be running out of reds, which are going to be classified as an easy ones. He probably still has got the second red of that plant. still remaining and potable for him into the left corner. For now, he's got 38 points of advantage with 99 points at the table. So just trying to see the way that he wants that cue to be positioned for the top end of the table there. He seems to be preparing himself for. So does he not have the angle at all to try and force that cue ball to be in between the brown and green, or is he just preparing for a worst case scenario? And no, he wasn't, just didn't have the pace for the cue ball to be taken all the way down. So then, the previous shot was pretty much a sitter because of how close the reds were next to each other and how straight they were heading into the pocket. This one, it's not quite going to have the luxury here because he needs to be taken, one of those two reds, into the left corner. And once again, just looking at the reds along the right side rail as well. And taking a bit of time on those shots again. It's got a break of 43 points. It's not quite going to be enough at this stage, but you feel like another couple of reds, and you may be getting yourself into a zone where it's his frame, therefore the match to lose. So then, is he going to be able to take this red away? No, he won't. This red is not going to make the target, and now Yize is going to be storming back to the table. 43 points. It's not quite the end. And that was the shot. That was the first real test there for Jiang. And now, a couple more of those tests to come the way of Yize. He needs to be taking the red along the right side rail. This has to be taken perfectly well. And is he going to be? We're about to find out now. And he was taken beautifully into the pocket there. Brilliant there by Yize. Gets himself a chance, and that's about as much as he can hope for, because a significant chunk of those reds has already been eliminated. So let's see what he's going to try and do here. He's obviously going to try and play for a couple of the open reds for now. And it is going to be down to one of those reds to be at the top end of the table, 5 more of those reds to be forming a cluster right underneath the paint spot. And apart from that, he's got one more red to be played on the black ball cushion, but this one should be not quite as difficult as the one that he missed in the previous couple of frames. Once again, he's had to spend a bit of time sat in his chair. Let's see if he's going to be able to turn this page around. Lisowski cannot defeat Higgins. Well, that's what I thought, to be fair, but we have to wait and see if that's going to be the case, because Higgins should have more tools than Jack to actually outplay him, especially for it to be first to 6 match in the semi-final. But that's going to be for tomorrow. For now, it's still here and in the now. 26 points is the difference. And, well, a couple of massive shots coming up to see if it's going to be a possibility of a decider. Still feel like it is Jiang frame to lose for now, but it may not be the case when the black disappears. And he has disappeared, played the shot beautifully well there, Yize, and look at that. You're not going to get a better pack split than that. Brilliant from Yize. He got those 5 reds to be separated perfectly away from each other, and he's probably got himself lined up to have the ability to play at least 4 of them right now in this position of the cue ball. Because the good thing is he doesn't need to do that, but the bad thing is he still needs that red at the top end of the table. That's going to be probably the only thing stopping him from forcing a decider here. Yize is coming back if John keeps doing this. Well, I'll be there for it, but it's still going to be advantage Jiang before this frame is going to end. But it feels like in this particular frame, it is now advantage Yize. He's got those 3 reds to be available. 4 reds, actually. Missed one of them. And at the lower end of the table, and then he's got 1 more at the top end of it. The fact that he's started his break 43 points down seems to be the saviour of Jiang here. As Yize is about to get that gap down to just 4 points, it would seem. Gets himself on the break of 39 points here. And you can see once again, you can watch this one all day and you wouldn't get tired of that brilliant split of the pack from Yize. 5 reds, super condensed next to each other, and yet in a split second, they were far away from each other there after Yize came to the table. Once again, taking the more difficult red. Well, it wasn't a difficult red, but he had to take it in a bit of a difficult fashion into the middle, trying to get in behind of it. That forced him to be probably slightly on the wrong side of the paint. So one problem may be creating another issue. I wouldn't say it's a massive problem, but still, it's not quite a deal. The way that he wants to be taking this pink, and also the way that he needs to try and slow that cue ball down. Managed to play the shot pretty well. So should still have the ability to try and play the red into the middle. But he needs to try, well, he needs to start to try and think about the plan which he'll need to try and get the last red very much in the open play. For now, it's taking that red. Always when you take those reds in power, especially for how close the cue ball was to the black ball cushion, you always feel like, you know, the minor contact with the jaw and you're going to be over. For now, the pink is about to be taken into the left corner. So then, we are going to be down to the last couple of shots, which will dictate whether it is going to be a decider, or it won't be. There's only 50% chance of that being the case. 10 points advantage, which is not going to mean anything here. It's either you win the frame or you don't, so you basically have more than 27 points advantage on 6 colors, or you don't. Yize needs those 2 colors to be taken, or 2 reds to be taken with colors. Now then, he's trying to play for the yellow. This could go really well for him if he manages to get the right angle on the yellow. And I feel like he's managed to get himself a chance here. Clearly going to be trying to get that cue ball to be behind the red. Just needs to justify the power pretty well. Has he managed to do it? I mean, it's exactly the shot that he missed in one of the opening 4 frames. But he was into the right middle from the lower end of the table. Now it's from the top to the bottom. Into the right middle again. 56 points. Plays 43. It's a red and a color that he needs to be on the right side of, and then he should be lined up brilliantly for a decider. Played it with power, got the red in. Now he needs a big bounce on the cue ball. Wanted to be super close to the blue. The crowd are applauding, but I'd say it's not done. I mean, it looks like the cue ball is going to be locking the pace on the blue. So he may still have to use that ball cushion to be lining himself up for the brown, for the yellow, I should say. And look at that, brilliant miss on the brown on that cue ball heading back down the table. And now, you have to say, it is very much decider on there. Only 2 shots away from Yize having more than enough points as the advantage over Jiang for this one to be going the distance. Very unlikely for me. I said he was out of it when he was 4-1 down. And I'm very glad to be wrong here. Because even if he doesn't win this one, he could still try and give us a little bit of hope as he's looking to try and land the highest break of the match. And 43 points advantage looked like it was finally going to be the chance for Jiang, the chance that he didn't have in any one of the previous 2 frames, where he had that 4 next to his frame score sheet. Right now, it is going to be Yize to be taking this one all the way. The frame ball was taken on the brown, the blue was taken as well. But pink is about to disappear. And now we have got the break of 89 points made by Yize, and it is a decider, and the audience are certainly going to see this match to go all the way. Both players are going to be making their way out for a bathroom break, and you can understand why. Certainly from Jiang's point of view, he had this match wrapped up, but in the end, Yize has gone out of absolutely nowhere and managed to force himself to be playing in a decider. And well, what an exciting match we've got on our hands now, because this is certainly going to be anyone's for the taking from this point onwards. So feel free to hit the like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. I'll tell you what, I haven't been this excited for the match of featuring Yize in a while, but I am now. And whatever you do, please make sure you win this one, because I do want to see a bit more of this game to be in the semi-final, and I feel like it is going to be very much only one semi-final coverage for me if somehow Jiang is to come back from this an abysmal performance in the second midi-session. Ever since winning that 5th frame, it's all gone downhill for him, but now it's 157 for Yize to be taking this match away, 237, so it's all down to just 1 frame there. 3 great chances for Jiang to be taking this match away from Yize, but you have to say, the way that it's gone for him, you can't feel, but he only has himself to blame. Just look at this step by step there. He's got the frame number 6, which starts ideally for him perfectly. He's got the break of 8 points. He gets that difficult black into the right corner, but he doesn't land on the red. His fault. Then, a couple of chances later, Yize finally has a break of 71 points at that stage. Wins the frame 4-2, still advantage. Eurosport, if you are from Netherlands or Belgium, where can you watch that? Yeah, it depends where you're watching it from, really. but you should be able to do that on Eurosport or TNT Sports. You may even do that on BBC Sports, actually, if you are watching in the UK. But anyway, talking back to that point, 4-2 down, still massive advantage on, and it's really difficult for Yize to be coming back. 4-3, once again, not a clear-cut chance, but there was an opportunity for Jiang to be taken. At that point, he was playing catch-up, and he still could have done it. But frame number 8, as we're about to get the decider underway, he had the 43 points advantage. He had all the aces. All he had to do was to try and take one of those challenging reds. He didn't. Yize stepped up and produced a fantastic break of 89 points from a super difficult position in a very important time for him as well. And let's see the way that this is going to go now. 1-4 down, back to 4 frames each here. And Jiang is desperate to be seeing if he's left the red closer to the left corner. And I'll tell you what, Yize is very quick to get down to hit this shot. Sometimes he only takes one chance in the decider. Most of the time it doesn't though. Now the chance could be here, and look at that beautiful shot there by Yize, and that's exactly how you want to start the decider. He finds himself ahead probably for the first time since the first frame there, 4 frame each, but 1 point score there by Yize, and now a great opportunity to try and score some important points and do something that Jiang hasn't managed to do for 3 frames now, and could make it 4 out of 4 wins on the bounce. Eurosport, yeah, exactly. So then the break of 3 points, if you take it all the way to 70, then you should be lined up brilliantly for that comeback to be completed. But now let's take it on a one-shot basis. Ooh, I mean, has he got himself in trouble straight away? I mean, I'm not sure if he's got enough of that black to be aiming towards. There doesn't seem to be a reaction which will give away loads of emotions there from Yize. And he still seems to be way too involved with his black for it to be not taken on. But I'll tell you what, he's made this one unnecessarily difficult for himself. And it's the first real test now that he needs to come across. And he's overcut this one clearly. Has he managed to block the pocket though? I'm not sure. It's 4 points that he scores. So it was never going to be just one chance in the decider. No matter how well you play before the deciding frame starts. It's always going to be down to just pure bottle, the pressure resilience, and down to a little bit of luck as well, because I tell you what, it was close for him to be leaving that black not to be over the pocket. But in the end, it's still going to be a 4 points advantage and 13 reds for us to make our way through, as Jiang is forced to be taking a safety shot. Once again, John had the majority of those frames where he had the luck, but this time around it's certainly going to be coming towards Yize's camp. But he needs to try and remember that, because, you know, when the luck strikes your way once in a decider, he usually doesn't do that twice in a row. So now he needs a good safety to try and find. Make sure that you miss the black with that cue ball to avoid any unnecessary double kisses there. Brilliant shot once again. I mean, his safety has by far been probably the best safety that I've seen in the entire tournament, and absolutely brilliant there as well. Probably in the Players' Championship as well. I can't remember anyone playing such a brilliant safety there. I know that Trump had a decent performance like that against Higgins, but he still was giving loads of those chances away. Talk about chances given away. Well, that black is going to be extending the pocket quite badly. The cue ball is going to come across perfectly towards the ball cushion, and Yize has got the shake of the head there to the acknowledgement of the shot that Jiang has played. I'll tell you what, if the black had been slightly closer towards the pocket, then this could have been an unmissable shot, pretty much an unmissable. This one, as much as it is close to being unmissable, you can still get the wrong edge of the black if you miss that red by a mile, but also there is just a fraction of that pocket which will miss the black, but also the pocket itself. Now then, let's see what's going to happen. He's tried to take... I mean, what on earth has he done there? I mean, he clearly was trying to use the black, but look at that. That has to be the long shot of the 2026. For how difficult it must be for you to try and cue this one so well. I mean, that's incredible. He didn't even touch the black, and yet the red went in perfectly into the pocket. Once again, another chance there that Yize certainly deserves after a brilliant long shot like that. Yes, you could say if he misses it, he uses the black, but he didn't miss it. So that point becomes irrelevant. And by the way, it's another red that he eliminates, and all of those count in the decider. 123 points at the table. Is about to take this black into the corner. And then you'll have a couple of those reds to try and make his way through as well. Although I'm not really sure what he's played there. I mean, I don't really understand why he needed to try and take that cue ball with so much power. No links in here, and if you are going to be asking for those, then you should remain in 2017. Whatever you do, people, don't be asking for links on social media because you're not going to get them. And also, if either one of the creators tries to launch the stream like that, they will be banned from YouTube straight away. So then, 8 points of a break here for Yize, and it looks like he's managed to get it all wrong, which I suppose the way that the black has gone to occupy the red, which I thought he was going to be playing for, it doesn't actually come across as so bad of an error. In the end, you just have to be sending that cue ball across to the right side rail and get the white to be heading all the way to the green. And, well, let's see if he's tried to take it into the pocket. He has. He's missed it, though. And has he managed to keep this one away from the pocket just about far enough there for this one not to be available for Jiang? He was always going to have at least one of those chances. You know, was getting a bit of a luck there on the previous couple of shots. Of course, the long shot was purely down to his skill and not luck, but that shot was probably anything but skill. And he knew the only red that he could give away to Jiang was going to be the one that he missed. And now he's clearly going to try and take this one on into the yellow pocket, but will he? I mean, I say clearly, because from this angle it looks like he should be taken. And the way that he's looking at this cut as well, well, this is going to give him a really nice opportunity to try and take it away once again. But is he going to take this one now? Once again, go down to hit the shot, back down straight away. So 12 points as the advantage, 123 still into play. Is he going to be 123 by the end of the next 10 seconds? Well, he won't, because he's played a brilliant shot on the red. Just needs that cue ball to slow down before it reaches the blue. And now, it was never going to be a decider without the chance for both of the players. Yize had 2 of those and only managed to score 12 points out of them. And now it is going to be an opportunity presented to Jiang here. So let's see if he takes it now into the left middle with the blue. And by the way, still far from an ideal position. The pink out of position, the black completely compromised as well. Match time going over 3 hours. So the referee there, just with the guidance of Jiang, just asking the fans to keep the noise down to a minimum from both ends of the table. So just tries to roll that blue into the middle. Doesn't try to invent anything here. So still would have liked that cue ball to be closer to the red, but I suppose you're never going to get the cue ball closer because of the angle that he had. That will free up the black to be potable into both the left and the right corner. And he's certainly looking at potentially trying to play the black right now. After the red disappears, of course. Can't play with before then. But still, I mean, this red is not going to be such a big of a problem. Let's back down to hit the shot once again. Still taking his time here, which is understandable in the decider, but of course, at some point, you're going to have to realize that you're doing damage to yourself if you're going to be doing that every single time on the shot. So then, about to take this red, but to be fair to him, as I say, you know, that can compromise you, but for all the time that he seems to be taking an extra couple of seconds on those shots, he still never seems to miss them, so clearly working out for him. 107 points we're down to, as another red disappears, and the problem is, for either Yize or Jiang is that this position probably is not going to be classified as an easy one, but it won't be classified as difficult either, because you feel like there's going to be a couple of shots for you to make, and all of a sudden, you can turn this one from 4 out of 10 into an 8 out of 10. And has he played this one with too much power? Has he got the red into the middle right now to try and play? Seems to be that way, which makes it even better for him. But as I say, he's still going to have a couple of those clusters of reds, one next to the pink and one right above the black spot as well. So just trying to think about the way for him to try and go on about the business here. As I say, he's probably not going to get the better opportunity than the one he had in the previous frame, but this one is going to be quite close to it. as he makes a break of 15 points now. And once again, play for the black. 3 points advantage, and still a couple of reds that he's got available next to himself. But should he pot those 2 reds, he should be freeing up a couple of more to him as well. And that just creates a bit of a domino effect, which may still leave him with a chance where he doesn't need to be improving the position by too much of a margin. Has he gone? Well, has he messed up the position here, though? Seems to be close. And he's waiting to announce a decision to himself first and foremost. Looks like he's going to have another look, but I mean, he seems to be fine here. But it seems to be close for comfort as well, which is never ideal in a decider. But it looks like he is just about fine, although he needs to dig really deep onto the cue ball. Well, I'll tell you what, this is really tight, to be fair. I'm not sure. He needs to be taking this red on for his own sake, really, in the decider, but because these are the shots that sometimes you need to be taking on, and just hope that the margin is going to go in your favour. So let's see. I feel like he'll get this one in, and he does, because you rarely see professionals going for shots that they won't make. But I'll tell you what, as much as he was trying to get himself more reds to be available, he's actually done himself a bit of a problem there and created himself a bit of a struggle, because unless he can dig really deep onto the cue ball and force it all the way to the left side cushion, he's going to have to try and disrupt those 4 reds to be above the black ball spot. So then 11 points is the difference. Still nowhere near enough, and I don't really understand the way that he's looking at those 2 reds, because if he tries to play for the middle, then he's not going to have the angle. The cue ball is going to be way past them. So it has to be either playing for the reds into the right corner or trying to separate the 4 reds away from each other. And he's gone for the second option. And it seems like it's worked out pretty well. Although not quite as well as it could have been again. Because 18 points of advantage. He got a couple more of those reds to be available to him. But to be fair, he may just about be enough there. So just asking the referee to clean the white. So, yeah, just have a look how long since the match has started. 4 hours pretty much since the quarterfinal has started. And still, after all that work from Yize, it seems like it is going to be down to Jiang here in the decider. But Yize can't really be complaining too much about this one. He's had these chances. And this one just seems to be slipping away from him. But another shot into the middle needed. The cue ball has been cleaned. And the break of 30 points is going to be about to continue here. He should be taking this one on, so I feel like it's going to be the main point of concern. The position on the blue. He's taken the red in nicely, and he's just about going to have the angle on the blue as well for this one to have the chance to continue. Average shot time on the break, 44 seconds, everyone, and that has to be on purely this break, but that is an incredible stat. I know you have to be extra careful in the decider, but that's, for me, that's just taking it to a whole new level. And I have to probably say I've never seen anything like it as well. But we'll see. Maybe it'll work out perfectly for him. Ooh, I'm not sure. It is going to work out perfectly for him here, though. Let's have a look at the way that he's going to have himself positioned on those reds. You know, he should have got a bit more side there after that shot on the blue. Now 24 points. He's got us the advantage. 83 points left in the table. So just looking to see. I mean, the camera still is focused on his face there. I would like to see the way that those reds are positioned, because it feels like the 2 easy reds are going to be in the way of each other. So he needs to be taking the red into the left corner with not really ideal cut anyway, but also, I mean, yeah, he probably should get the red in, to be fair. And it's all going to be down to just the cue ball placement. But still, those are the shots where it can go wrong sometimes. And, well, I said the cue ball placement is going to be important. This shot now is going to have to be for the match. If he takes the black and he's still going to be on the red, it is going to be surely match 1 at that point. But this black is not easy. I want to see another angle, but it looks like the cue ball is going to be way too high for the black to be easy. And once again, well, I mean, he's thinking about playing a safety shot. I'll tell you what, this is going to be negative snooker if I've seen one. I mean, come on. I know it's a decider, but you can't be playing a safety shot out of this black. And maybe he was just thinking about it, but, well, I mean, to be fair, it does look a lot worse from another angle. yeah, I have to say, after seeing the second angle, I'm not even going to say it's a bad shot to play. But once again, why did you end up in this position? Because of the bad shot that he's played on the blue. And he still is considering to be taking this black on. Wow. This is going to be some shot if he makes this in. And he's overcut this one clearly. Is he going to leave the red over the pocket though? I'm not sure. And he's got a lot of frustration, which probably suggests that he has left it over the pocket. Wow, 37 points there, and he's clearly absolutely gutted. But I tell you what, I mean, if you see that angle from the second one, as I said, before he's taking that shot, that did seem a lot worse than he looked on the main camera, and he could be where he goes wrong. But remember, you know, something that Jiang had was the 25 points of advantage. Yize doesn't have that. So you need every single one of those reds. And he's got a cluster of 2 of those reds to be right next to the pink, which may still prove to be a bit of a problem for him. But you can see his reaction there, Jiang. It looks like he's done all that work for absolutely nothing for him right now. And it is now down to Yize. Is he going to make a mistake? Or is he going to try and keep it together like he has done when being 4-2 down, for him to force it down to 4-3 with that fantastic break? Oh, sorry, 4-all. Of 89 points, despite being 43 points down. Now, every single shot will feel like a massive milestone for him. Does he have the angle now to try and get the cue ball into those 2 reds? Once again, I mean, where do you draw the line on that? We'll come back. Well, too early to say that, but I'll be absolutely there for it. Because once again, for me, it is absolutely weird that you see 44 points as the average shot time on the break. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Now, brilliant shot there from Yize. I'm not sure why the crowd haven't acknowledged that. I may be getting ahead of myself, but it looks like he's managed to do the essential damage to those 2 reds. The cameraman certainly is thinking that, showing the replay of the little cannon that he did. So then just take the pink, which he compromised himself slightly on, but that was always going to be the case. So take that one nicely into the pocket. And now, just look at where the pink is actually going to be respotted. As long as it's not going to be on his own spot, Yize should still have a really good line for him to be taking this frame away. Now, let's have a look. Has the referee finished? No, he hasn't. So they're all down to this. 2 points in it. 51 at the table. 4-1 down he was. 4-3 down and 43 points down. It looked like it was going to be against him the whole way. But now I can clearly see that at least one of those reds is going to be possible. The other one won't be. But just take it one at a time there. And let's see what he's going to try and do of this red. For now, he finds himself only 1 point behind. 2 reds in it. By the point that he pots both of them, he's going to be very much racing to the finish line. But he's got 2 more corners to go. He was 3 laps down, if you put it in racing terms. Well, his opponent had a bit of a puncture, and now he managed to find his way back very much to the top of his game. But now, it all comes down to the next 5 shots. 5 shots onwards, if he's still on the break, he's going to be the match winner here. Wow, super risky shot, but super brilliant there from Yize. And he manages to get himself lined up on the pink through no problem at all. Well, he's going to be playing for the black here. I'm surprised with that. Clearly has got loads of confidence, but I mean, needs the black to disappear, and he is going to have the black to disappear. I don't know why. Well, I can understand why now, because obviously if he would have been playing the pink would have been in the way of the cue ball. So once again, good spot for him. Bad spot from me. And now he gets the last red to be eliminated. What a comeback this will be. I mean, a mention about that shot trump in the International Championship where he was 4 frames down. And then just hold the horses for now. We've seen it with John Higgins against Jot Trump. Make sure he's over the line first. And then I'm pretty sure we can celebrate alongside himself. 2 shots needed there. And Yize is going to be still the massive favourite for this crown to be his for the taking. The yellow is in. All it takes is the green. And the greatest comeback of the tournament is going to be completed. We've seen that with Zhao Xington against Elias Lesser in the Players' Championship last week. Are we going to see it with Yize? The green for the frame. And look at that. Calm as you like. No emotion at all. And yet, all the emotions are going to be there for Jiang. You have to say, commiserations to him. And he had his chances to get over the line. He didn't manage to utilize them. And the crowd, I can't believe, by the way, crowd forgot to applaud on the match ball there. But Yize, after all that struggle, is going to be able to find a fantastic break of 59 points and counting and finish it at last in style. Take a bow, Yize. This has been an absolutely stunning performance. He takes the pink as well. And is it going to be another break of 72 points? Look at that for a break. This has been absolutely extraordinary. And it is going to be congratulations from Jiang. He's going to be absolutely gutted. And he's got every reason to be. But Yize is certainly going to be on top of this arena. And he will still be the real threat for the title. The end certainly is for Jiang. But it's only the second chapter for Yize. He is going to be taking on Barry Hawkins tomorrow in the semi-final, and let's see which one of them will be able to meet either John Higgins or Jack Lisowski. Well, I told you, if Yize makes it into the semi-final, it's certainly going to be coverage of both of them tomorrow, and I am a man of my word. Yize against Barry Hawkins and Jack Lisowski against John Higgins. Very quickly, by the way, thank you very much for everyone tuning in. Feel free to hit the like on the stream and subscribe to the channel on your way out. But total points, 495, 480 for Jiang. Both spotted 130 for Yize, 138 for Jiang as well. And long putt success 63% to 60, safety success 78% to 87. And highest break, as you can see, 68 to 89 there. A couple of mixed stats, some of them in favour of Jiang slightly, some of them quite comfortably in favour of Yize as well. But in the meantime, as I say, feel free to subscribe to the channel and we'll be back with you for more exciting action of the Welsh Open, which is about to end, but it certainly brought us some great entertainment before it has ended. With a world champion being knocked out by Jiang, it is now Jiang himself which is going to be knocked out by the International Championship winner. And Yize marches on to the last four. We've got the lineup completed. It is John Higgins against Jack Lisowski, Barry Hawkins against Yize. Stay tuned in for more content tomorrow. And thank you again for tuning in today. Speak to you soon. Take care.